Alrighty. Man, I need to get something to put my chat up in a better place. Okay.
Not while I'm in town.
I'm gonna make sure I can get a crit on that poison, on that damage reduction from poisoned enemies. That's what I really need. That's gonna give me so much DR. Get a crit on the claw there. I'm not sure about this aspect. I might want to swap out Edge Masters for something different. Might try Rune Worker. I don't know yet. I wish we had just one more aspect slot. If we had one hand and totem that we could just slot in aspects here, that'd be so nice, man. This Crone Staff is just... I have a pretty good one, and not having that two-hander aspect is such a pain. Let's see what they do on the PTR to buff that up. Okay, let's go ahead and get our leveling going. Get more HP. Actually, you know what? Let's run the Holy Bolt. Why not? Because we only have it for the season, so get some fun out of the Holy Bolt while we can. Works really well on these basic skill builds anyway. Make some incense. Have a look. Where's your willpower? Actually, I'll take the armor. Alright. 2 Renegades retreat. These are always so much more fun to run in like a duo group. These dungeons always having to backtrack in these long ones. Well, we do have quite a bit of DR. I need to get better. I got a really bad roll on my pants. I wanted to get roar duration. I ended up getting blood howl duration or cooldown. I don't even have blood howl slotted in. We'll see how far I can go with this in hardcore. I'm always worried about basic skill builds. Just the need to get it kind of up close and personal with anything. It's hard to see sometimes the different mechanics that are going on. But this definitely feels good. Love the Holy Bolt, man. I'd really love to run an Erda's Inexorable Will here, just in an ultimate, but I don't have the... I'd have to give up skill points, which I usually do. I'll give up skill points with Claw and Storm Strike, just because they don't scale too well, but it is what it is. Most people want to play a build where you have all the skill points in your basic skills, so even though I don't think it's the best version of it, typically like to have that ultimate skill. I'm also thinking about running in a Zenith ring, just because of the rings to heighten senses too, man. I feel like I could get so much DR out of heightened senses that I wouldn't have to worry about dying too often, since I can only die once. And I need to get a lot more attack speed. I'm missing quite a bit of attack speed. Like, I'm getting 30 from Bestial Rampage, but I have, I think, a flat 19 right now. So, missing quite a bit there before I hit attack speed cap. We got a lot of room to grow with the attack speed. And the crit chance. I have a little bit of crit chance that I'm missing. The good thing is, it's much easier to reach attack speed cap with Bestial Rampage. Oh god, the Druid. Get out of here, bro. Let me kill these, We'll have to see what that feels like in a tier 100. I think, honestly, bro, I think with the buffs that they're bringing, I mean, Doombringer would work perfectly with Druid. And the fact that you're going to be able to slot in, you're going to be able to temper crit damage affixes on your gear pieces. Yeah, I think having a Doombringer in Season 5 for Pulverize is going to be pretty nuts. I mean, just having crit damage affixes you can temper in all of the crit damage multipliers we have, yeah, Doombringer is going to be pretty nuts if you have it on a Druid for any build. I mean, you got to match, depending on what the values of the crit damage that you can get when you temper, like, you could end up having an insane amount of crit damage. I think that's one of the things that a lot of people aren't factoring in. Like, I was completely surprised by the Thunderstruck node cap. And unfortunately, I think those caps hit other classes like Druid, like Necromancer, far harder than it hit Barbarian. Or, you know... But I will say that they did set up a lot of things, like certain temperings that we can get that might actually help boost up our damage in the long run. And the PTR is going to be a perfect time to test everything, so people just got to be really vocal. You know, they got to really test everything out when they can. Even if they only have an opportunity to watch their streamers or whatever, if they see something that they think is a problem, you know, just go to the forums and post about it, you know. Even if it's not first-hand experience. Which I think it's really unfortunate that we don't have console players, considering the console community is probably bigger than the PC community. But yeah, I think like certain things like that are going to be really viable. I think there are a few things people are overlooking. But overall, though, I do think that we're probably going to need more buffs to our core skills.
I'm not ready yet.
Where NATO... See, I want to try Shred with Lupine Ferocity. I think Shred is a perfect setup for Lupine Ferocity. That third hit is getting such a big buff, and every 3 hits you crit with that big giant multiplicative damage bonus. So every third hit you hit with Shred, you're going to get that big pop from Lupine Ferocity, and you don't have to scale crit. You can just go like more attack speed or more crit damage, whatever, because you'll always have that 100% crit chance on that third attack. So I still think like Shred needs some work, but I feel pretty good about Lupine Ferocity being like every 3 instead of every 6. However, I will say though that just kind of makes every key passive really bland, because if you do the math on it, like every third hit giving you that instant crit and multiplier is very close to, you know, Bestial Rampage or Ursine Strength in terms of overall damage increase. I mean, just that guaranteed crit kind of bumps it up a little bit, but it's basically the same thing. I don't know how much more impactful it will be, but you'll definitely get a third Tornado with that Were-Nado build that's going to hit pretty hard. It'll be, you know what'll be interesting though, Tim? I'll tell you the most interesting thing that'll be about it. If your third Tornado also counts towards the double cast. So like you cast your third tornado and then you get 2 or even, you know, possibly 3 depending on if you get the double tornado from your passive. And if all 3 of those tornadoes get that 70% multiplier and 100% crit. Now that will be interesting, because if that's the case and it's not just the initial tornado, that's going to be pretty nuts. Like 3 tornadoes at once giving you 100% crit and a 70% multiplier. That's going to be pretty powerful. Man, I really love this build. This is like my favorite build. I just love how impactful it is. I hope they buff that Crone Staff like crazy. I hope they buff it up really well, because losing Thunderstruck is a big hit. And the fact that I didn't see any basic skill damage increases, I feel like they there was a lot of oversight with the patch notes. Like, we didn't get no Boulder, no Rabies, no Trample. We didn't get no basic skill increases either with the loss of Thunderstruck, which is massive. Like, the fact that they didn't buff up, you know, they didn't buff up Storm Strike, they didn't buff up Wind Shear, and they took away and they capped the Thunderstruck node is pretty big. I will say, though, that I am excited to put more skills on my bar. Hey, what's up, Sky? How you doing? I am excited to get more skills on my bar, man. Those 3 skills, we're going to be able to have a dedicated ultimate skill. So that's kind of nice to always be able to slot one in. I'm just so disappointed. Like, the first thing I'm going to do on the PTR, before I even test anything, I'm going to go straight to the forum page and be like, revert the change to Grizzly Rage and then buff it back to where it was at when the game released. Like, what they did with Grizzly Rage just kind of pisses me off, man. Honkai Star Rail grind, nice, nice. I've been meaning to, I think closer to the end of the season, I'm gonna do a complete playthrough on Elden Ring. I downloaded it on my PC. I beat it like 2 years ago on my Xbox when it first came out. But I downloaded it on my PC, and I haven't really played it since, so I'll basically do like a complete run through with the DLC and everything. But that'll be like closer to the end of the season. I don't blame you. Some of those games are really good, man. Some of those games are really, really good. Right now I'm just looking for some greater affixes. I have to get a couple things. I did get lucky, and I killed Zur, and I got this Harlequin Crest, so we are running with that. But if I didn't have that, I would probably be running a Godslayer Crown, or a basic helmet with, like, or a basic helmet with Ferocious, or whatever it's called. Can't remember the exact name of the aspect.
Not while I'm in town.
Kind of break one and sell one. Because I keep running out of Veiled Crystals. We'll do Wretched Delve. So we're just kind of stair-stepping up on these, just so that way I don't, like, overwhelm the character. I don't want to just jump right into, like, high-tier Nightmare dungeons before I'm level 100. I have to get my glyph activated, the spirit glyph. I will say, though, it does feel like every class is feeling the pain from those patch notes. I really don't want Season 5 to basically turn out to be like a mini Season 1, where everybody's really upset with a lot of the power they lost. But I do think that if they keep kind of buffing everything out of control, we're going to end up with a really easy game. Like, it's already pretty easy. And I think making it easier is not good for their development. Like, how are they going to make content when people can just break, you know, basically break the game day one and kill everything in seconds? Oh, dang it. Oh, I thought I hit the lever. I was thinking about putting Undying on here, but I really like having Hectic. Although Undying would feel pretty good. I was also thinking about running Temerity. But that's another thing. Like, I feel masochistic. The lucky hit nonsense. I almost feel like I wish they would take the extra conditional and lucky hit abilities, like, take it off. Instead of an ability requiring a secondary percentage to proc after you lucky hit. Just when you lucky hit, it actually works. Since, you know, it just makes it really annoying. Because masochistic used to be really good when you only had to crit, and now with the lucky hit, you rarely get that heal. It's kind of a pain. I just kind of like having masochistic and hardcore just because of that little bit of heal you get. Although I could probably just get away with the build setting roar and run overload. I think overload will probably end up being what I choose to use. And I need to level up my armor a little bit, just so that way I get the max armor cap. All right, to the boss. Let's see. Let's do Spirit. I feel like I get the most out of Spirit, even though I need to, oh, I'm maxed out on obbles. Let me go spin some obbles. I am happy that we're going to be able to use one-hand swords. I had no idea that they would end up putting that in the patch, man. I've probably said that several times, but it's such a small thing. And it's going to be nice to have different weapon types. The pole arm giving vulnerable damage is going to be really good. Let's see. What do I need the most? I think I just need a good pair of gloves. I have a pretty decent pair of gloves. And some rings with max life, attack, speed, and crit chance. Let's go with the gloves first. I just need greater affixes. Anything that's not greater is kind of pointless right now. Although I'll look for a set of pulverized gloves, so if I can sell them. No, I'll sell this set. Yeah, I'll tell you one thing too. The market has gotten out of control. Like some of the prices people are trying to sell their stuff for, absolutely crazy. Like billions in gold. It's pretty insane. I just need gold to reroll items. I don't care about item. I'll farm my own gear. Hopefully, we'll be able to... Hopefully, at some point in time, they'll implement an auction house. That'd be really nice. Bash, Heartseeker, Golem, or Wind Shear. I have a Wind Shear build. Yeah, no problem, brother. I have a Wind Shear build that I like. My Wind Shear build that I have that I'm going to be pushing leaderboards. Whenever Max Roll puts up their leaderboards for the end of the season, I'm going to be pushing with that I use Temerity with, that I really like. I really like Temerity. There's like a nice... typically, Temerity sucks, but with Debilitating Roar and the amount of damage reduction you get, it works really well on the Druid class. Plus, Bloodhowl also gives a pretty solid heal. And it just makes me feel super safe having that big giant barrier over my character. And you don't really lose too much damage compared to, like, other Wind Shear setups. I actually think you don't lose any, but I haven't had the chance to really grind out my gear all the way. I just need to get it leveled up. I'm not looking to reroll stuff a million times. I don't have billions of gold like that, but... Come on. No? Taking too long, bro. Nice. Look how fast your like Hectic just goes so fast on Stormclaw. You get that cooldown so fast. No, I don't think Wind Shear will compete against, like, Heartseeker and Bash. No, I don't. You'll be able to do all of the Tormented bosses, but it'll probably be a little bit harder if you don't have, like, the best gear, right? Like, you're probably going to need more gear. You're going to need, you know, you're probably going to need more of everything, like better affixes on your gear pieces, more masterworking levels before you can, like, really finish everything with Wind Shear. I'll tell you the one thing you have to do. You got to make sure you get your Masterwork crits on damage to distant. If you don't get your Masterwork crits on damage to distant, then your damage is going to be pretty uninspiring. When you start getting your Thunderstruck node pumped up, that's when you're going to see, like, crazy amounts of damage on Wind Shear. Plus, the damage doesn't come out instantly, right? It's like ticks of poison. So if you're fighting something with a lot of HP, you're waiting for those ticks to kind of tick off on their HP. And something like Bash and Heartseeker, your damage is instantaneous. Like, you just hit a button, damage is done, that's it. So, I would definitely say if you're looking to push high-tier content, you'll probably do better with, like, Heartseeker or Bash from Barb. You'll do better, and it will be faster, right? You'll get there faster. All you have to do is run with a Bash Barb for like 1 second, and you'll realize, like, Jesus, you know, you can face tank everything. smash everything in seconds. It's crazy. No, I've only played the Druid. I'm gonna be playing the Rogue closer to the end of the season. I have a Rogue in Softcore. I'm not gonna play it in Hardcore because I've never played Rogue before. But I've ran with some barbs, and obviously, you know, you can build so much HP on a barb, and there's so many available slots. Like a lot of barbs will run Seelig with their dash because you get all that damage reduction, and you're never really using your resources, so... Yeah, I feel like I want... Man, I really do. I feel like I want to have Temerity. I feel like just having that barrier would feel really good. I just don't want to lose every single slot I have to a unique. The problem is I would have to get a perfect... I'd have to get like 2 crits on the on a greater affix roll and armor in order to run that. Oh, we're getting super lucky with these events. I thought it was pretty funny too, reading in the patch notes that they were considering the attack speed on channeling skills to be a bug. I thought for certain, I remember them, like, it's never affected channeling skills, and now it's, like, considered a bug. I don't know why it would take them a year to fix that. I think they should have just said, like, we decided to change it, not that it was a bug. But at least Whirlwind Barbs, Lightning Storm Druids, and any other class that has a channeling skill will have a nice little increase to their damage. Everybody pretty much runs willpower, George. I don't necessarily know if there's like a massive difference, but willpower tends to be what everybody runs. I think if you get a viable affix like crit damage or something like that, you'll probably be just fine too. But yeah, willpower will always be... It's super easy to roll, and it's always good. I'm gonna kill this butcher once I get out of all these enemies. Already seen a few millions in there, so that's nice. Seen a couple mils, well, a couple million ticks there. Yeah, I don't believe they fixed the bug with the staff, but I am using it. I think they'll probably hit it when they do the whenever they do the overhaul on the uniques for season 5, they'll probably hit everything and make sure it's working. But you know, I won't hold my breath on it, but I'm going to assume they will. Like, I'm going to assume that they'll make sure everything is working as it's supposed to. But then again, I did just get done saying that apparently attack speed not working on channeling skills has been bugged since the beginning of the game. I thought, you know, just like everybody else, it was supposed to be intended, but, you know. Now all they need to do is make sure you can overpower. That's going to be the next bug fix, that channeling skills were meant to overpower all along. Actually, I think I'll go... No, I need that. How many? One more. We should be good on my resistance. Well, close. We're pretty close. I need a little bit more. I should be able to pick up the resistances I need, though. I have enough points. What am I? 94, so... 6... 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, I should have plenty of points. Let's do 72.
That looks warm. I can fix it.
I like getting these butchers. What's up, brother? How you doing? I like getting these butchers because I feel like it tests out the damage a little bit. Although I'm starting to feel like I probably should run with a Godslayer. I really like that pool. Oh, something else I noticed on the patch notes, they're patching the inexorable will ring. So, like, obviously it was pulling enemies from super far away, and now they're going to be patching it so it doesn't pull enemies from, like, all over the place. I guess that's kind of good and kind of bad, because I liked the massive pull that it gave you sometimes. Not in hardcore, but in softcore. At least in hardcore it'll be more reliable, but I don't think anybody will use it. We need more aspect slots. There's too many things that we need to use a unique for. I hope they address that problem at some point in time. I can't believe, like, they're making Cataclysm have a unique item. I just think it's so crazy. That ultimate has been so bad, and now you're going to have to use a unique just to make it good. Even though it does look promising. Like, for basic skill builds, maybe, you could build around, like, your basic skill and then the Cataclysm ultimate. I feel like that would be really good. But obviously it would have to be a Storm build. So, like, Stormclaw, maybe, with the Cataclysm gloves. Nice, nice. Let's open up this, yeah, this isn't too bad. We'll just keep kind of stair-stepping up until I get to, like, maybe like a high 80. I also like the fact that they're toning down the CCs. Maybe we won't have to run Unstoppable on every single build now. That'll be kind of nice. Maybe we can get like a few rolls of impairment reduction. Because impairment reduction is absolutely useless now, but if CCs are toned down and we can, you know, they don't last as long, then maybe impairment reduction will be a way you don't have to run Unstoppable. Which will be nice because, honestly, like, as much as I love Metamorphosis, that bug with Metamorphosis is such a pain in the ass in hardcore. Like, getting stuck in place can literally kill you. Especially if you're doing, like, high tier pit. Or you're trying to push your luck on a boss. Why is this, That's the next thing I want them to add, a map that you can put, like an overlay. I cannot stand having to look at my mini-map up here. I'd like to have like a nice overlay in the top left-hand side of my screen.
I'm not ready.
Keep leveling up spirit. Get this thing activated. There we go. All right, let's see. Yeah, it's faster that way. I'm basically using the same layout I used for my wind shear setup, so just around like Keeper here. We're using a lot of glyphs like Fang and Claw, Keeper that can buff up our magic nodes. That way I can get more out of those. I might end up picking up more resistances here just to cap out my res. But I kind of hope I can pick up the magic nodes over here for nature magic damage. Do the conclave. I wonder if they're going to end up bug fixing the Nature Fury landslide builds before the before season 5. I would like to see just regular Earth builds being really powerful instead of needing to run like a double legendary node. Although I will say aesthetically it's nice. It's kind of cool seeing all the lightning and tornado, you know, coming out of a landslide. It looks really dope. But a lot of what they're doing to landslide is the same exact stuff they need to do to skills like boulder. Just make it function better. I think in Season 5 too, like everybody's going to run a shapeshift build and everybody's going to have a Zenith Ring. I can't imagine that they will buff the Zenith Ring with all of the buffs they made to like the Height and Senses passive. You'll be able to get so much DR, it'll be insane. It'll basically be like having a pocket debilitating roar on 100% of the time. It's like 9%, then you double it, then you stack out Height and Senses passive points, and it's just crazy. I'm not sure why they gave us so much damage reduction, even though they did nerf debilitating roar, which I think is silly, but it is what it is. They did give us quite a bit of damage reduction on our passives. So at least no matter what, we're never going to die. I think even if we don't do any damage, we will still survive long enough to kill whatever we're attacking. Like that's that's the silver lining. Like we'll be able to do like a 6-hour fight and we'll never die. But we will, and we'll eventually win. I mean, the pit's going to suck. But tormented bosses don't even stand a chance. They'll never be able to kill us. All the stacks and everything, we'll just tank right through it. Please be a no event there. Hey, something that I think might help anybody who likes to play play like the quick shift build and everything with Druid if you're trying to proc your Bestial Rampage while you're in werewolf form, the best way I figured to do it without having to look is just to wait till your Digigrade Gate passive runs off. Then your character gets slowed down. You already know it's been 2 seconds. So it's like you just kind of hit your bear form, you slow down, you know you've already procced your Bestial Rampage again. Just something so you don't have to stare at your tooltips down there. We might try some Uber Lilith once I get this thing to 100. I'll go to the pit, get a couple, get a few Nithal Iron, and then I'll be able to get the armor cap. I love the movement speed. That's what I love the most. I am kind of wondering if I should run Runeworker, though, instead of, Moonrise? I don't know yet. Oh, another butcher. Let's save him. Save him for after this conduit shrine runs out. Try to kill everything else. Keep making him reset that headbutt. Yeah, not too bad. Anytime you can face tank the butcher, I'm happy. Hey, what's up? Good evening.
I must wait a moment.
You gotta love when this drifting shade bug's out and it just follows you forever. All right. Oh, let's get our Varshan mats here. You know what I can do, actually? I can do this. Take that. Go here. I think, yeah. No, not really. Oh, yeah, I can do that. Bang, and then there we go. Now I'm getting a little bit of resistance here. Even though I'm missing this dex node, I have this one to make up for it. There we go. Pick up. That way, if I do need that last point, it won't be a big, like, it won't be 2 points. I might end up needing it too. But we'll see what happens when I get over to Heightened Malice, because I'll be able to pick up a few intelligence nodes, and that will help out a lot. I'm really happy with the change they made with the all. Ooh. +4 debilitating roar. That'll be really good. And we have another claw. I really wish I had better stats. If I could get like a max life. If I could get like a max life, greater affix on armor, greater affix on claw, or get just a greater affix on claw, and then a greater affix on armor on the boots. That way I could roll off this armor on the pants and probably run like health and willpower. Health and willpower would be the best stats to have. Go ahead and junk that. I'll toss this stuff in here. Shifting City. I don't think I have this unlocked. Dude, when they keep the strongholds unlocked, I'll be so happy. I think I have... Yeah, there we go. And break these down.
I can fix it.
I think I will try out the temerity pants on this setup, though, just to see how well it functions. I just don't want to lose too much damage reduction. Stygian stones for 140 mil. Man, it's crazy. Guys needing help with capstones. Probably help him out. Let's do this real fast. Let's put on overload and see what happens. Like, it'll give me more AoE clear, but I really like that hill on Masochistic, just because of the high lucky hit chance on Claw. It does make up for it.
Wait a moment.
Oh, I was hoping it would be an event. Yo, that was the best time when they had the Goblin event. You would get a Greed Shrine and it would also be an event. That was so much fun. All the goblins spawning. Where? Oh, it's back here. I'm just passed it up. Didn't even see it.
I must wait a moment.
They made. I'm really happy they ended up boosting up Earthen Bulwark too. I had no idea why they left it at base life with the way they changed everything. But now that it scales with max life, we're gonna have a ton of survivability. With all of the damage reduction they added to the class and that change, like Earthen Bulwark is gonna be with the Mending Stone. It's gonna be crazy. Now we just need the damage. We gotta hope the damage is there as well. Oh, I haven't made this build. I haven't made the build planner yet for this. I'll probably sit down and make it tomorrow. I'm still making the, like, kind of getting the build set up. I usually have, like, certain things that I have to do that I put on, like, any of the pit clears and then doing like a tormented boss before I put out a build. So that way it, you know, I know that it functions really well. Ooh, nice. We got a greater affix on that. Hopefully it's a temerity with a greater affix to healing received. I still need one of those. I did get a pair with greater affix to HP. Companion builds in Season 5 for Druid are going to be monsters, man. The Shepherd's changing to give you companion damage. Not only does it sound way better, considering it's the Shepherd's aspect, but that is a ton. I think what they're going to end up having to nerf that. Because Wolves hit really hard already. Can you imagine how hard Wolves are going to hit with 180x damage? Like... Wolves are going to one-shot everything. And their basic attacks are going to hit pretty hard, too. So, Wolves didn't really need... Like, Companions didn't really need Thunderstruck. Companions didn't need Shepherds. And they were already hitting pretty hard. So, with Shepherds, my God. They're going to absolutely smash everything. So for me, like, I've always played hardcore, so I'll kind of show you what I have right now when I get done with this dungeon. But I haven't pushed anything high tier yet, so I'm just going to show you what I got, though. I do have a Shaco on, but you wouldn't need a Shaco. You could just replace the Shaco if you didn't have it. Although Shaco should be everybody's first pick with your, Sparks, so... Oh, wow. Hopefully those are some good items there. So I have my Shaco here. I did get lucky to get this Mad Wolf's Glee with a damage reduction from poison enemies, and I'm gonna try to get a greater affix crit on that. That's the only reason why I'm running Mad Wolves. If I didn't have this, I would probably run something different, like a regular chest piece with a defensive aspect. And then pants, obviously I'm running Might. Getting armor cap is important. Getting resistance caps is important. And then my Paragon boards always pick up a decent amount of damage reduction. This set here is really important. So having like some kind of magic or rare node buff here, like an Earth and Sky or something like that, and then going after the magic nodes, you get a lot of damage reduction. So it's like 15% and then another 8% here from poison enemies. So quite a bit of damage reduction there. Lots of HP, obviously. HP is king in Season 4. It'll be the king in Season 5 also. So lots of HP nodes here. And this is whatever. Like, this doesn't matter to me. Vulnerable, that's fine. You can add stuff there, but I'd rather just get HP. And more HP. More HP. Resistances. And then I'm going to run up here, pick up Height and Malice, and get these HP nodes as well. So by the time I'm done, I should be sitting close to like 70, 80k HP without greater affixes and masterworking on everything. Hopefully that's the target anyway. Got a Tybalt's with the worst affix, so max resource. Maximum resource, absolute hot garbage. Overpower gloves, crit strike chance. Other aspects you could run, obviously, I'll show you like different aspects. If you didn't have a Shaco, sorry, wrong one. We'll go with the pants here. I always forget this. Yeah, the vigorous aspect gives you that extra damage reduction while you're werewolf form. So if like you didn't have a Shaco, you had a helmet, you could throw that on the helmet. Undying is also really good. In low tier, I wouldn't recommend it in high tier because you die from one shots in high tier. Like any healing, extra healing is kind of terrible unless you're running something. Yeah, but that's pretty much it. You could run Vigorous. That would be pretty good. I wonder though, I want to see what a pair of Tibbles feels like, but not Tibbles, but Temerity. Tebow's will. I'll try it later.
Not while I'm in town.
But yeah, just stacking out life is a huge benefit. Getting as much damage reduction out of your Paragon board that you can. I could probably even use like the werewolf glyph, but I don't think I'll have to. I'm also using Hurricane to give me some damage reduction. And it's pretty easy to reset Hurricane with Hectic and Stormclaw. You can pretty much have it up 100% of the time. So that'll give you another 20% there. But the big one is that the Masterworking crits on top of Madwolf's Glee. You can get in the area of like almost 40% damage reduction just off of that affix. Yeah, see, this is why I like to run Masochistic. Even though it's a pretty terrible lucky hit and everything, it does help kind of just have a little bit of extra heal. I'm not running an ultimate right now. I might end up running an ultimate, but I'm not sure. I might end up picking up Petrify. I'm just not sure what I would want to take off. I kind of like having Maul, just to give me that swap back and forth on Werebear, so I can proc my Bestial Rampage really easy. And I'm using Earthen Bulwark as my source of Unstoppable. Cyclone obviously gives me that non-elemental damage reduction. It's not great, but it's something. Helps with like poison, stuff like that. I think if I was playing in Softcore, I would probably take off Cyclone and run an ultimate. Most likely, again, it would be Petrify. And then I might run Calm Before the Storm, just to cool it down faster. Man, you gotta love all of the little lunatics running around. Oh, 30 seconds, man. I hate this one. Yeah, I think I might end up just throwing back on Masochistic. I feel like it's not really helping my damage too much to have Overload. They really need to buff up Overload. It's so weak. think I'm gonna swap out Moon. What do I have? Moonrise on here? Yeah, I think I'm gonna swap out Moonrise after this and pick up Runeworker just to see how it feels. Let's go pick that up real fast. I have to take points out of it. I think I left them in from when I was leveling the thing, but I'm running 4 right now.
Don't ruin all that work.
I'll take them out though. I don't have any need for them. Let's see. Let's do some Runeworker. Actually, not Moonrise. I'm gonna pop out Edgemaster. I think ultimately Runeworker will probably be more damage. It scales pretty well with your... Let me go ahead and sell this stuff.
Come back if you need the forge.
I'll give you a fair price for it.
Let's see what happens. For like single target Runeworker, typically hits pretty good. Like it does a decent, fair bit of damage. We'll see what happens when I can scale it up a little bit. I'm seeing like some 800k here or there. I gotta start letting my little dog do all the work. I forgot to equip my pet for a little while when I made this character, so I'm kind of running around picking stuff up. Oh, we're a slow conduit. 2 conduit shrines. That's funny. I love getting that freeze I might end up stacking out freezes, just like multiple chances to freeze. It's gonna help so much with like exploding spider people. I don't believe there's one over here. I'll just go ahead and check. Usually they're like this little triangle. All right. Next, Conclave 76. Where's the Conclave at? Where is it? Oh, there we go. Oh, it's my... Okay, there we go. I thought my stream had froze for a second. I'm using my phone as a for my chat right now, so. Oh, we got another butcher. Nice. Let's go ahead and see what we can do. See that? I want to see how hard the oh, it's hitting for over a mil. It's not bad when it crits. Yo, potions while CC'd. Sure, yeah. I'll show you my skill tree real quick. Alrighty, so we have the 5 here, 5 here, and then we're grabbing up Digigrade Gate just because I like to move fast. You could take the 3 out and go Iron Fur for the damage reduction. Probably be better. 3 here, none here. You can also take these out. Go 3 more into Vigilance for more damage reduction. Debilitating Roar, we're maxing that out because I want the low cooldown, that 14. You know, once I'll get even more put into that. I'll put whatever I can to get the cooldown lowered on that. Then 2 points in our Earthen Bulwark just to have the Unstoppable here. And then no pet skills. You know, 1-1 and the 3 in the top. Bad Omen, Electric Shock. 1 point and then Savage Hurricane. 1, 3, and 1. 3 here, 3 and 3, and then Bestial Rampage. But yeah, you could take these out, socket them here, or you could just socket them here in Iron Fur. I think you'd probably get more out of Iron Fur just because I don't really cast Debilitating Roar all the time. So you probably end up getting more damage reduction out of the 9% than the 15%. Unless you spam your Debilitating Roar, but then I'd go Vigilance. But right now I just like the movement speed. Yeah, no problem. Absolutely. I love the movement speed. I love movement speed. I cannot stand moving slow. But ultimately what's really going to buff up my damage reduction is just having this Mad Wolf's Glee. With the greater affix to damage from damage reduction from poisoned enemies. Like getting that and getting a greater affix, getting a Masterwork crit on that is pretty big. It's a lot of damage reduction. Oh, I got one more. Also, I said this earlier, because I know a lot of people get annoyed by the 2-second duration on Bestial Rampage. No, I gotta take those. I gotta take those out. I typically level with a pulverized build, and I use Storm Strike to apply vulnerability, and I just put extra points in there just because you don't. I just haven't done it yet. I'll just go ahead and do it now. That way, just so they're not sitting there. And then we'll just go Iron Fur, and then take this last point, and I don't know. I don't know where I want to put it. I don't know where I want to put this last point. I guess we could put it here. This would actually be nice to have. Yeah, we'll just put it there. Yeah, so typically what I'll do when I'm leveling is I grab up a pulverized build, and then I'll grab up Storm Strike and just run around with pulverized and Storm Strike to, you know, apply that vulnerability. And then I get to like around 90, because 90 is where you can equip all of your gear that you've masterworked and stuff. And anything like uber unique, and then I'll swap over. I got a nice pair of gloves there. As long as it's not ascetic wraps with a greater affix on lucky lucky hit chance, I'll be happy. But honestly, I'll be honest about it though. The not scaling off a Storm Strike isn't really that big of a deal, because basic skills don't really do that much damage anyway. Even with all the affixes, and all of the and all the ranks you can get, most of the damage you're doing with your Stormclaw is going to be coming from like your overcharge aspect. What's up, my son? Why do you look so awake? He's always so awake at nighttime. He's like, what is he doing over there? Let me get that controller real quick. Huh? Yeah, that's what he'll do. He'll play with his little feet, just smacking the controller. No, I'm not. I'm not running exploit, but I have thought about socketing in exploit just for the vulnerable damage. I'm just not sure which one I would take out. If any, I don't want to take out. I don't know. I don't even know if I would take out any of my glyphs. I have Earth and Sky, Fang and Claw, Keeper, Spirit, Territorial, and what's the other one I have? Think of it off the top of my head. I gotta remember to swap back and forth for bear form. Man, Season 5, I'll be able to do this with just Earthen Bulwark. No debilitating roar needed. Massive, massive barrier with unstoppable all the time, 100% of the time. And then I'll just slot in an easy ultimate there. What's my other, Spirit, Territorial. Oh, Electrocution. Yeah, I forgot Electrocution. That's the one. So I don't really have room. I'd like... Yeah, you got it. You got it. I'm sorry. I have my chat on my phone down at the bottom of my... It's sitting on my camera stand. So I'm kind of glancing down and looking at it as I'm playing this, which is probably not the smartest idea in hardcore, but I'm not necessarily the... I don't really play hardcore in the best way. I kind of chance things a lot, so... Yeah, but Electrocution, I don't think I would get more out of it. I think having Fang and Claw, a lot of the magic nodes that I have really kind of build up my tankiness, whether it be through damage reduction, resistances, or HP, and I really like that. And I don't think it would be worth losing it for the vulnerable damage. And I don't know if it would even increase my damage, because each one of those gives a multiplier anyway. Plus it, you know, buffs up the nodes that are around it. So I get a little bit of additive there, some multiplier. And I get the tankiness that I need. Yeah, I'm still working on learning all of this stuff and streaming and everything, so I gotta figure out one day. I gotta take the time to figure out get something for my chat so I can put it next to me where I'm not like looking down, especially since I like to play hardcore. So I even decide I'll even play hardcore on my Xbox, which is a really bad idea. I have it's funny because I have my Xbox plugged into one of my outlets in my house that, you know, control the power. And my son has my son likes to flip switches on the wall. He's actually flipped switches off. It was like early in the game. He killed a couple of my hardcore characters by flipping the power switch before they fixed the scroll of escape. It was kind of funny. I remember one specifically, he flipped a switch when I ran right into the butcher. Just flipped that joke. Oh, look at that. A set of crap. But hey, look at there. We got crit chance. That's actually really good. The crit chance. Yeah, I really like the temerity, man. I have had so many... You don't even... The journey for that build was something else. Something else. I almost feel like I wasted too much time on it, but I became really hard-headed. I had people telling me, like, temerity wouldn't work and this, that. It was like... It was just... I became obsessed. I was like, I gotta show you guys that you're wrong. Pretty much a waste of time. But I'm pretty happy with the way the build turned out. I just hate the way wind shear sounds. It sounds like you're ripping toilet paper. It doesn't have that pop that a lot of the other funner builds have, like Stormclaw or like Pulverize. It doesn't have that same weightedness to its attacks. It just sounds kind of lame. You're just it doesn't sound the best. Oh, and I got a Heart of Sealig too. I wish I could use this, but we need our amulet for the rapid aspect. I think it'd be cool if they would make the wind shear, like if they create an aspect for the wind shear, and like when you hit an enemy with wind shear, it fractures and hits multiple enemies, kind of like the AoE of it. Like, if they could do that with, like, an offensive slot, and then you could have, like, you could have Calm Breeze, and then you have that, and then you're just hitting, like, these crazy AoE wind shears that can pierce through enemies. Obviously, they'll have to tone down the poisoning damage, because it's just a bug anyway. Like, the way it's scaling is a bug. Even though, I will say that at least it's a basic skill that can keep up with everything else. Like, I wish more basic skills had that kind of pop to them, so that way people have the choice of making basic skill builds. Maybe not that significant to the point where it's the best build. I'm not opposed to there being a basic skill build being the best build, but I think if it worked, if you had to sacrifice a little bit more for it to be the best build, but with Wind Shear you can basically make yourself like incredibly tanky and still do all that damage. But I would like to see them actually make basic skill builds that good if you actually sacrifice enough to get it there. Stormclaw obviously being one that is the most important first. Like, people should they should definitely fix that. But what's up, my son? But I'd love to see like an Earth Spike build that functions really well, feels really good, and I think part of that too with Earth Spike is the aspect. If they would remove the 1 second duration cooldown, that'd be really nice. I'd love to use an Earth Spike build. Or even a Maul build. I feel like a Maul build would be really cool. Just your werebear running around with just mauling this shit out of everything, killing everything really fast. That'd be pretty dope. Yeah, so far I feel pretty tanky. I don't feel like I'm really, I'm in danger of anything just yet. The more HP I get, the better it will feel. Like, that's always... The more HP, the better. Yeah, that Zenith Ring, and you know what's crazy, bro? The Zenith Ring is going to be even better in Season 5. I mean, the amount of damage reduction you're getting out of Heightened Senses is absolutely insane. And with the Zenith Ring, you're going to be able to, man, you're going, like, you get Heightened Senses with a greater affix on the Zenith Ring, and then you get, like, a Masterwork crit on that, bro. You're going to be sitting with, like, an insane amount of damage reduction from Heightened Senses. And you get the quick shift, like, having the quick shift multiplier, too, pretty much makes up for losing an aspect, right? You get that extra multiplicative damage from quick shift. And they're going to buff the stats. I imagine they're going to buff that crit chance. They better buff that crit chance because it pisses me off when I get a Zenith Ring with 1.8% crit chance. I just feel like I want to smack somebody. Like, who made that choice? Like, why would you get 1.8% crit chance on a unique ring? Just doesn't make any sense. Things like that get on my nerves. When I or all the lucky hit stuff, like 5% chance to, like, on lucky hit you have a 5% chance to heal or a 5% chance to restore this or that. It's like, why is it so low? Don't you want it to actually work without a bug, right? Without a bug. So I hope they do that. That's the one thing I definitely want to see with a lot of the uniques. Better affixes, and if they do have a lucky hit effect, it needs to be jacked up. Like, it needs to be almost a guarantee that when you hit a lucky hit, you're going to hit that that effect. At least maybe not a guarantee, but like a 50-50 at least. I think I just opened the same exact one. No, that was Carnal House. And then I think pretty much every unique item needs some form of damage reduction that you can, you know, that's easy to utilize. I think that too. To make uniques really function the way they should, like, you're not like, oh, this is trash. You're like, okay, this could have a chance here. I think every unique needs to have damage reduction. Every unique needs to have some form of stats, like all stats or something like that. Well, if it's for every class, it needs all stats. If it's for a class specific, obviously the willpower for Druid and for Sword, stuff like that. Like, it definitely needs to have stats, especially if it's like a weapon. If it's a weapon, it needs to have stats. I was looking at that new Druid weapon, and I'm just like, why? Like, why do they keep making these really terrible Druid uniques? Yeah, that hill is that... When you're using the right gear, that hill can be pretty surprising. Yeah, that when you get that hill on the werewolf skill.
I must wait a moment.
Yeah, that Druid unique, though, I will say this, because I don't want to just discredit it immediately, right? So for the new Druid unique, the staff, I'm talking specifically about the staff. I can't remember exactly what it's like, the Basilisk staff, because it petrifies. It's not good for bossing, obviously on its face. It's not good for bossing, right? You can't CC bosses, you can stagger them, you can't CC them, and I think the biggest issue there is I wish they would run bosses similar to like D3 bosses where you could crowd control them. I think it would be really good if it would be on such a, like, it would be dramatically decreased against bosses, or instead of your CCs directly crowd controlling the boss, like it debuff the boss so the boss would receive damage from those damage buckets. But with the Basilisk staff, I think the only way it would be good for bossing is because you can stagger the bosses so fast with Landslide, right? Like, Landslide has a massive amount of stun to it, coupled with like Nature's Fury Landslide, where you can pretty much automatically stagger the bosses. I think then it would work really well with like a Nature Fury Landslide setup, but that all depends on them not fixing the Earthbreaker Ring and all of the different landslide procs that will set up Nature's Fury procs. So I don't know. On its face, looks like trash. CCs don't affect bosses. They should have seen that coming. But we'll see what happens. See what happens when we get to play around with it. I think it has potential to be good. It would just depend on what build you use it on. But obviously nothing beats that double procking landslide. Double cast landslide. You have to put double cast on it. Or just double cast skill in general. I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to have this guy done. I just have to kill like a uber boss. And I have to do like at least... I think if I can do at least tier 80, 85 pit with mid gear, it's good. Because I don't really go crazy with my gear. I feel like putting out a build guide and showing people like tons of damage, it's all gear based. Like, it has nothing to, most of it has nothing to do with your actual build. Unless you're just running like a potato, your build completely sucks. Most of it's coming from like greater affix rolls and masterwork crits on the right affixes. Like, if I put out a video and I have everything ranked 12 and multiple masterwork crits on like damage to close, that's not what the average person can expect, right? That costs billions of gold. Billions and billions of gold. I know bigger numbers are always attractive, but I always try to keep my builds more or less centered around like showcasing what it can do without all the extra stuff. I don't think I have a single piece of gear that I've masterworked to that degree this season. I think the best gear I have on any character is on my wind shear setup, and I only really masterworked, re-rolled the masterworks to get the best masterwork at rank 4. Everything else has just been straight up to rank 12 after that. I just don't have the time to farm up that much gold, and I don't really feel like playing around on the market and selling a bunch of stuff. Yeah, I think it's just a little bit, I mean, they're good. The thing is, though, is that I will say a lot of times their builds are still good. It's just like they, you know, when people want to see the biggest number they can see, they want to see like a ridiculous amount of damage. I just prefer to approach it a little bit differently because I know that most people aren't going to achieve that. Like, it's not really possible. The majority of people would be happy just to get one build with like mid gear done by the end of the season before they, you know, kind of run off and play something different. You know, that's something I do wish they would change, though. I wish they would change the temperings. Now, I love the fact that you can brick gear. I know a lot of people, you know, obviously people hate bricking their best gear, but I don't think it's a bad thing. I don't think you should, you know, I think that it makes the gear more valuable. Like, when you finally get that piece that you've been looking for and you get the best rolls on it and everything, you're super happy about it. But I wish they would leave it like the enchantment system, where you could keep the previously rolled affix if you don't get something you want. I hate leaving like 2 or 3 rolls on a piece of gear because I'm scared to re-roll it for the opportunity to brick it, right? I'd love to just be able to roll it for the chance to get some better, you know, the better version of the affix I want. But ultimately, like, you know, there's still that opportunity to brick that item if you don't get that, you know, affix at all. Which has happened plenty of times. I can't even tell you how many times I went to the blacksmith with a piece of gear with like 2 GAs on it that I really like, and I don't even get the the tempering that I'm looking for. So I think just having that little change would make it so much better. But I will say I am happy that they are giving more opportunities to temper your gear, even if I think at the end of the day it's still going to end up with the same exact problem. I think, yeah, I'm really happy with the fact that this season has kept a lot of people's attention. I will say that, obviously, going into season 5, there's not going to be as much new stuff, but I do like the brand new in-game system they have. I love the waves. However, I do think that unless they balance out the player damage, it's going to be too easy. I know they said, like, enemies at tier 180 or to 200, but a lot of people are running tier 100 nightmares pretty easily with like top-end builds, and I'm afraid that it's going to be way too easy. Like, if you're running a meta build, you're probably going to beat it relatively quick, and it's not going to have that staying power, and then you're just going to be back into the pits, back in tormented bosses. Now I think that it's not bad to make it accessible. I'm just a little bit kind of worried that it's going to be too easy. Like, come on now, Barb, bro. Like, think about it. Barb is going to blast. Like, Barb, fresh gear, level 100 is going to blast through every single one of those like nothing. Like, a level 200 enemy, dead immediately. Like, there's nothing that's going to stop a Barb. They'd have to jack it up way, way high. Serpent Slayer. I like Howling Warren, but just kind of stair-stepping it up. Go ahead and use another potion. And I'm also happy that they're giving us more areas to farm stuff, man. I do, like I said, I'm not a huge fan. I hated AOZ. And I really like the pit for the bossing. I like the random bosses, but at the end of the day, I'm not a big fan of the pit Like, I don't like it as much as a lot of other people like it. I do, like I said, the bossing is awesome. It adds a little bit of variety, but once you've done it a couple times, there's nothing mechanically different between like a tier, what is it, like tier 30 or so pit where you're getting all the bosses that come in. It's like a tier 30 or something like that. There's nothing mechanically different about that versus a tier, you know, 200. It's all the same stuff. You just have to have bigger damage. Hey, what's up, brother? How you doing, man? But yeah, I wish they, I'm happy that we're going to get the waves and new bosses. Like, the new bosses are going to be pretty cool. I think that's what I'm most excited about. New bosses, new mechanics to learn. I'm definitely excited to die in hardcore to some random mechanic that I can't explain for at least a day or so. And then the expansion right after that, man. The expansion on a short season 5, we're getting an expansion right after that. That's gonna be crazy. I've heard some things, you know, I've heard some things here and there, nothing that anybody else hasn't probably heard that pays a lot more attention to like news and stuff from different content creators. But if they add more multiplayer content, dude, I'm gonna be so happy. I'd love for there, like, nothing mandatory, obviously, for solo players, because I'm a solo player myself most of the time. But I definitely love that they're embracing that multiplayer aspect of these games. And to see if they would put some really cool, hard multiplayer content into the game would be pretty awesome. Like, maybe a raid or something. Something really interesting. Change up the, you know, action RPG genre just a little bit. Add something new. I think the first builds I'm going to test, though, on the PTR, I'm probably going to do like a pure companion build, and then I'm probably going to do a shred build. Those two builds I'm really interested in, and then after that, I'll probably try some of the more generic setups like landslide, and I'll probably try out, you know, just the normal stuff, tornado, landslide, pulverize, things like that. But I am really interested to see how powerful companions are going to be, man. Like, with that extra 180x, I'm telling you, I'm seeing, like, wolves builds just going crazy. Crazy damage. And maybe even ravens, our poor raven skill. They might actually hit, like, I don't know, 500k ticks, maybe, without needing an overpower. Could it be possible to make a pure Ravens build? Maybe, possibly. I think that would be kind of funny. Just cast Ravens everywhere. Make like a Venn diagram over the top of a boss. They just melt. That'd be kind of funny. Or a poison creeper. I had theory crafted a poison creeper build this season, but I haven't gotten to try it out. I might try it out close to the end of the season, like maybe the last month or so. Like that small little period of time before the season ends in August. I might try out a pure poison creeper setup. Just to see if we can't get it somewhere. Obviously in softcore though, not in hardcore. I think this build and wind shear will be my only hardcore setups. I did have pulverize, but ultimately I was just like, I don't know about pulverize. It definitely works. You're super tanky, but I think wind shear is probably, like, if I was playing seriously with a second build, I'd probably go pulverize.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm also excited to see what seasonal mechanic we get. Like, how are they going to give us power in this season? I wonder what we're gonna get. I hope it's not. I hope they don't just say like, oh well, we made this in-game content and that's gonna be for the season. And then give us like a reward board like they did this season. I could accept it this season, but I really do want a really cool seasonal mechanic, something that gives us some player power, that kind of spices things up with our builds, makes things a little bit exciting. Something on the line like the vampiric powers, like just crazy stuff that we can try out. Yeah, bro, that's what I know. Some people are upset about it, and I don't blame them because, see, the thing with the patches is that I'm really happy. I've been asking for the stupid shepherds aspect to be gone for so long, probably for the better part of I'd say 7 months, since season 2. Like close to the end of season 2, I was like, this shepherds aspect's got to go. Like, it's destroying build creativity. And then when I seen the patch notes for season 3, I was pretty let down just because, again, they doubled down on shepherds, and it just and then season 4, like, it kind of stayed in the game, and I was just like, having you're basically already, you have your entire skill bar filled up, right? You have your 3 companions, and then you have a defensive skill. And then you have your core skill or your whatever skill you're using to deal damage. And then you might have one flex spot that you can use something different with. And I just hated that kind of that setup. But in the patch notes, the one thing that got me was the Thunderstruck cap. I felt like even though they buffed up our skills to account for the Shepherd's aspect, that Thunderstruck node gives us so much of a multiplier. Now, ordinarily, like, I would say I'm fine with it. Like, it should be capped. But in this meta, capping out Thunderstruck is a bit crazy, in my opinion. Like, with Barb going crazy and all the damage that they give Barb and everything, it seems like they never... It seems like, to me, like with every other class, they're very conservative with their buffs, right? But with Barb, they're just like, everything but the kitchen sink. Well, and the kitchen sink, really. They're like, Barb, yeah, give it that, give it this, give it this. 100x multiplier, fine. Give it this. Oh, yeah, we're good with that. 400k HP, perfect. Give it another weapon slot. Give it a jewelry. It's like, it's like, what are you guys... It's like 4 classes should be playing on different server, like on a different server, right? They need to have, like, every server for, like, Sorc, Rogue, Druid, and Necro, and then a server for Barbarian. And then that Barbarian server is just ungodly difficult. Like, everything's got a trillion HP. And then you would probably be okay. But, yeah, that's what got me the most, the way they did that in this meta. So I just hope that we can make enough noise on the PTR that if we're not at least competitive, and I don't mean perfect, like, I never look for anything to be perfectly on balance with the Barb or anything. I don't even think I would want it to get there, because I feel like then it would trivialize the entire game, right? Like, if every class could do a trillion damage, like, which is basically what the Barb does, hundreds of billions of damage rapidly, if every class could do that, how do you even make content for that? It's like you're killing tormented four-man tormented bosses day one with, you know, level 100 and mid-gear. You're clearing out pits like nothing. You're doing everything. So if they would bring the barb down, I would be perfectly fine with that cap on Thunderstruck. But with the cap on Thunderstruck, if barb is not handled, it does feel kind of bad. And I know, like, everybody's like, well, you know, you play by yourself, but the thing is, like, the economy in the game is driven by gear, by bossing materials, by Stygian stones now. Stygian stones are probably the best thing to sell right now to get a lot of gold fast. And guess what class farms that the easiest? The barb does. So even though you can play by yourself, if you want to, like, get a bunch of gold, you know, sell some bossing materials, sell this, sell that, you know, you're automatically going to be at advantage if you're playing with a class that can clear the highest tier content the fastest, right? Plus, like, if you farm gear for your alts, if I make a barb, I'd farm gear faster for a druid. I farm gear faster for every class that, well, maybe not all slots in the gear, but if I'm looking for, like, you know, rings, amulets with, like, high crit chance, attack speed, things like that, you can definitely farm gear in that direction. Or even just, you know, farm up gear, sell it, and buy the gear you want for another class. So, we'll see what happens, though. It's a PTR, so I'm not gonna, until the official patch notes hit, I'm not gonna have like a super hard opinion on it. But if those patch notes hit and the druid is still hurting, I'm gonna be a little bit disappointed, especially because Season 6 has a brand new class, and you already know they're gonna be going all in on that brand new class. Everybody's gonna be, you know, playing that class. They're gonna be making, you know, all of their development time is probably going to be focused towards making that class as cool as possible, because, you know, that's what the DLC is about. Basically, new content and a brand new class. I feel like we're going to have to wait almost another half a year before they fully address balancing in the game. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it needs to be imperfectly balanced in a way that's at least somewhat competitive. Like, I've made a few X posts, and I've had Adam Fletcher reply to me, and some of his replies, like, I appreciate the replies, I do, especially for someone who, you know, who's probably pretty busy, and obviously I'm not like Darth Microtransaction, you know, my boy's got all the subs, but, you know, it is nice to, but the replies he gives just make me feel like they have no idea what they're doing with the druid or with a lot of the other classes. Like in the Season 4 PTR, I literally was like, you know, this happens every season. Things are out of balance. And he's like, well, they are, you know, Adam Jackson had made a post that it's just a PTR. Because reacting to Rob, when Rob made like this crazy Dust Devil setup, when Dust Devils were on the PTR blowing everything up and covering up your whole screen. And, you know, he's like, yeah, it's just a PTR. But then we get to the game and it's like, okay, well, it's Barblow Season 3 again. And every other class is like praying for a bug that will keep you up in the meta. It's like, you hope your class has a bug. That's not what you should be looking for. It's like, thankfully we have the wind shear bug. Thankfully we have the landslide Nature's Fury bug. If not, it would be like really boring. You'd have like tornado. You'd have tornadoes and that's it. Like, you'd just be throwing tornadoes the whole time. You'd be throwing tornadoes with your companions just staring, looking off into the distance. I always find it so comical when your ravens will aggro a monster that's like off screen and they come and they like kill you. That's always fun. They do like 10 damage and then here comes this monster pack when you're in a high tier pit that you were trying to avoid, but your ravens decided that was not going to be the case in this situation. see what the... It's like 400k, 250, 500k on a crit. That's not bad. We can scale that. We can scale that pretty decently. I think I'm done in here. I might go ahead and level up. I'm not going to do Fulminate. I'll probably just do Exploit just to test it a little bit. I get kind of bored with running these dungeons sometimes. I'll do Belfry. Belfry's good. I like Belfry. But to be honest, I'm not surprised that Druid's gotten passed up. A lot of people popularized some of the more buggier builds early on, like the innate bulwark, bulwark spamming builds, or like poison shred. And when you make it seem like Druid is top tier, because in Season 2, poison shred was hitting for trillions of damage with the Tears of Bloodglyph, and everybody was like, oh my god, Druid is so powerful. But it's like, it's a bug. Like every other skill wasn't doing that. They nerfed Grizzly Rage into the toilet, which they nerfed it even more. Now it's in like the septic tank. And pretty much everything was bad overall. Like if you were playing any other build, you were not going to climb anywhere near what Poison Shred was doing, right? But then everybody thought Poison Shred was crazy powerful. And that pretty much carried through. Like most of the patch notes between Season 2 up to Season 4 for the Druid, even I would say the PTR patch notes. If you look at the PTR patch notes for Season 5, it is not a lot of stuff for the Druid. Like there is not much. You look at our skills and it's just like the generic damage buffs that they said they were going to give once they took Shepherds away. But Landslide, like, we need stuff like what they did with Landslide. Like, Landslide got a nice little buff there. They reworked the way the skill functions. They need to do that same thing with, like, Shred, with Lightning Storm. But unfortunately, I feel like what we're going to end up getting is a unique item that makes these things better. Like the Ascetic Wraps that we got for Lightning Storm basically made Lightning Storm function in, like, it made it good. Same thing with the Cataclysm. They did a little bit of change there with Cataclysm, but they gave you a new unique item that's going to make Cataclysm good. Same with Landslide, Earthbreaker Ring. Landslide absolutely sucks. Earthbreaker Ring makes it good. Now it might make it really good with the changes that they did. But just the Earthbreaker Ring, no one's pushing Pit with just Landslide. Not anywhere near like what you can get out of a Nature's Fury Landslide. So I think that's what we're going to end up doing with Shred. They're going to give it like some unique item that you have to have instead of making the actual basic skill good. I think the only skill that we have that's really good is Tornado, and even that needs an aspect. Hey, what's up, Dave? How you doing, brother? I think that's what pisses me off the most. Like, can you imagine Tornado needs an aspect to make it actually hit enemies? That's just asinine. Like, why would you do that? Like, why does Tornado need an aspect to just work? And to me, like, that's the biggest problem with Druid. It's like you need a unique item or an aspect just to make your skill function. Pulverize needs 2 just to make the skill work. You need Shockwave and you need Ursine Horror, right? That has to stop. Because we don't have but the basic amount of aspect slots. Every time we need a unique item or a new aspect, it's like, do you really want to trade away what you have for that? So I think buffing up the base skills is good, and then maybe adding buffs to the skills to make them function better, without needing to constantly pollute our characters with unique items or new aspects that we have to replace a previous aspect with. Because at that point, there's really no power progression. Your power is basically stagnant, and you're just, switching things out. But like my biggest thing, if they don't want to nerf Barb down to the other classes, I feel like every single class should have multiple weapon slots. Like, they should give Druid a dedicated 2-hand slot, so you can always have a 1-hand totem and one-hand weapon as well as a staff. They should do the same thing for every class. I think that would be a big change. If they don't want to nerf, you know, if they don't want to bring Barb down and they find it too hard to balance out the class with the arsenal, then they should just give every class more weapon slots. I think that's probably the easiest way to do it. That's the first thing they should do. It's like just having a, could you imagine if we just had a dedicated two-hand slot? It would feel great. Having that extra two-hand aspect, having, you know, or if you're using, like, say, for instance, you're using a crone staff like I'm using right now, you have that extra two one-hand aspect slots to make your builds a little bit more, give a little bit more damage, stuff like that. And then you'd also have more stats, like tempering stats. That would be very beneficial. I might post something out. I might post something out on the forum post like that just to see if people like that idea. I've been saying that for a minute now. So I think that might be a great way to kind of balance things out. And it's something you could do for every class that doesn't have multiple slots, right? What do I need? Let's go tackle this Blood Maiden event real fast. I'll go hit this portal as well. We're almost to 100. Yeah, so I was reading, obviously I was reading your comments, Dave, and it's not that I'm happy. Here's my take on it, right? There should never really be uncapped damage nodes. There should never really be things like at the end of the day, like if you're trying to create like balance in your game where the players have a decent amount of time, like a difficult time, but not an impossible time doing content, and they slowly get that power progression, and when they finally kill that really tough boss, you know, they're really excited about it. They're happy they accomplished something difficult in the game. It's like you should never really have uncapped nodes because that's crazy, right? An uncapped multiplicative damage bonus, and you can build a stat that is really good, like damage to close or damage to distant. That's obviously kind of crazy. However, the fact that they capped it in this meta that we're currently in is what I don't like. Like if they cap that node, given the fact that the best builds for the Druid are all storm skill builds, and they don't address like other classes that may be, you know, more competitive, I should say, or just completely overpowered in the meta, then it hurts twice as much, right? It's really bad because now we do way less damage and there's still Barbarian running around smacking everything and destroying everything in seconds. So if they address that and they cap the Thunderstruck node, cool. If they buff up our class after the PTR, because I do suspect that during the PTR we will not have enough damage. Like, I do feel like that will be the case. I could be wrong. It just doesn't look like the damage buff that they gave us is enough to cover both Shepherds and the Thunderstruck node. But as long as they listen, if our damage isn't up to par and they fix it before Season 5, I'll be happy. But if they don't, it's going to be very disappointing, and I will definitely be posting about it until someone gets annoyed with me, because I just think it's ridiculous at this point. Like, it's been 3 seasons of the same class being incredibly powerful, and you're one-shotting every boss. 3 seasons, and one of those seasons was extra long. Okay, Season 3 ran an entire month. So you're almost talking about an entire year of the game. Basically, since the game has been out, that one class has dominated the meta over and over again every season. And I'm not necessarily... I could care less what class is the best. I just think that the difference between the classes is what matters, right? I'm perfectly fine with Barbarian being the best class every meta, as long as every single other class is pretty close. The problem is we're not even close. We're not even remotely close. Barb is on another island, and we're over here trying to get to that island with our leaky raft in one paddle. Probably not even a paddle. We got like our arm with a shirt wrapped around it, and we're kind of like trying to get there. Where'd she go? She flew. All right, there we go. Golly. Alrighty, go get my tree whispers. No, absolutely, Roger. I think that there is a 100%, like, not 100%, but I think that landslide, the way they actually changed the skill with giving it a bigger area of effect, giving it more landslide pillars, landslide is going to be, it's going to be really good. In fact, I feel like all Earth skill builds outside of Boulder, because for some reason they decided to leave Boulder off. I don't know why, but I think all of the Earth skills are going to feel a lot better. Obviously, there were more aspects you could use outside of Shepherds to build up Earth skill damage, and that's one of the biggest reasons, because Earth skill, you could build Earth skill builds without really relying like too much on Shepherds and still get a pretty decent amount of damage. It wouldn't be the best if you use, you know, obviously Shepherds would be the best, but you could still do it. The only thing is like poor storm skills, right? However, for, like I said, the build that I personally think is going to be the top build is going to be Companions. Wolves are already hitting really hard. Wolves obviously never really needed Shepherds. You had all these other aspects you would use. Now you're going to get this massive multiplier towards your wolves, and I think companion builds in a straight werewolf build is going to be smacking. Like, it's going to be ridiculous. And also, companion builds never use the Thunderstruck node, right? So you never use Shepherds with companions. You never use the Thunderstruck node. And now you're actually going to be getting a lot of damage out of your companions with Shepherds. So I suspect that Landslide will be incredibly powerful. I suspect that companion builds, if everything is left the way it is, which I don't think it will be, but I could be wrong, I think they will probably bring down the value on Shepherds. I think companions are going to be pretty strong, and I think that there's going to be room for a Cataclysm build. It won't obviously be Lightning Storm because you use Ascetic Wraps in your glove slot for Lightning Storm, but I could see there being like a Cataclysm Tornado or Cataclysm some kind of other build that you could use, like Cataclysm Stormclaw might be a really good setup. Cataclysm something. Cataclysm Wind Shear, right? Something like that. I could definitely see potential in that. Oh, man, nothing, bro. I was annoyed, too. You should have seen my X post, man. I was like, what is going on? Like, at first, I'm watching the campfire chat, bro, and I'm like, yes. Oh, Druids get one-hand swords? Yes. Shepherds gone? Yes. They're going to buff up all our skills? Phenomenal. They know everything. They're doing it all right. And then I read the patch notes, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how... Y'all, you destroyed Grizzly Rage. Like, they destroyed Grizzly Rage. It was already doing, like, it was already, no one was using Grizzly Rage. And then they make you, they force you into the cooldown. Like, Grizzly Rage, not cool. I was like, oh, are you guys smoking crack right now? It reminded me of, like, the Constricting Tendrils buff we got in the mid-season patch. I'm like, oh my god, you guys, you kill off Grizzly Rage. You didn't add boulder damage, you didn't add rabies damage, you didn't add trample damage, you didn't, like, there was just so many things. I was like, how is this a thing? Like, you nerfing debilitating roar, which is fine, I guess, because they added a ton of damage reduction everywhere else. So, I mean, honestly, like, the buff to Earth and Bulwark, to me, wasn't a buff. I personally thought it was an oversight that they made, because why would you make Earth and Bulwark scale off of your base life in a season where you're literally trying to build up 60, 80, 100k HP? I think that was more of an oversight in Season 4. But I was just blown away. I was like, how are we not getting like capping Thunderstruck? I was blown away. I was like, and then I'm looking at the Barb stuff and I'm seeing a bunch of buffs. And I know that they capped out the hemorrhage glyph, but what is that, like Flay? Is that like one build for Barbarian? It's like Flay maybe we'll see a nerf. I don't know. I don't play Barb, but that's the only thing I can think of that would probably like see a significant damage drop, if that. But like everything else is just buff, buff, buff. And apparently all the other poor classes got the same treatment. Like people are like Sork is trash. People are talking about Necro is trash. Oh, but Rogue, I will say Rogue got a pretty nice patch, I've heard. I heard Rogue is looking pretty good. So I plan on learning Rogue this season too, so that way I'll have something else I can make builds for. But yeah, man, I was shocked. I couldn't believe what I was reading in some of the fact that Perfect Storm hasn't been addressed, right? The fact that Earth and Might hasn't been addressed. The fact that we're still running... Like, I'll go through it. Let me finish this dungeon. There's so many things that need to be addressed on the class. There's so many passives that do absolutely nothing that... like, even Clarity, right? Like, Clarity, the brand new passive they changed it to. What the hell do you run Clarity on? I run it on a pulverized build, but even then, it's like, what do you even run that on? Like, who are you running that? Maybe a Hurricane build? But who wants to play Hurricane? I know there are some players who probably like it, but most people don't want to play Hurricane. I mean, the best build this season for Druid is Wind Shear, and most people are kind of like, I like the damage, but the build itself just doesn't feel impact. Like, it doesn't have that hit. It doesn't have that weight behind the attacks, and I'm one of those people. Like, I like those heavy hitting, you know, those really weighted filling builds where you're like Pulverize or Stormclaw, where it feels like your character's hitting really hard. So I mean, I don't know. There's just a lot of passives that I feel like need to be completely reworked. Yeah, I mean that's how I don't think it. See, here's the thing. I don't think Wind Shear is boring, in my opinion, because at least you don't have to use companion skills, okay? Like with my Wind Shear build, I can cast Roar, I can cast Howl, I can cast Cyclone, I can do all these different... So I'm actually getting more out of it than if I'm just holding down a core skill. Wow, you know, because I'm just using my companions as basically damage buffs. So I don't find it necessarily that it's boring for me, in my opinion. I just hate the sound of it. It sounds like you're ripping toilet paper. I really don't like the sound of Wind Shear. And I also think it's not very creative. Like, you're literally just using Wind Shear over and over again. And I wish the skill would function a little bit differently. But, you know, that it is what it is. But, man, I don't know. There's just so many little things in our skill tree. One of the first things I would do with... Use the 3 defensive skills. Yeah, I mean, I used Debilitating Roar and Howl, I think. Well, actually, I use 3 defensive skills as well. Do I? Let me think about it. Yeah, I do. I use Howl, Debilitating Roar, and Earth and Bulwark for my Unstoppable. So I'm right there. I use all those as well. But it is just super annoying. It's super annoying that there are so many things that have not been addressed yet. Like this entire tree here, like this whole tree needs to go. Like, why is this? First of all, why is it in the ultimate skill tree? This is trash. This is absolute garbage. Needs to go. Like yesterday. Earth and Might, trash. Perfect Storm, trash. Basically, Perfect Storm is the worst version of Earth Sign Strength now. 30x, 30x. I have a conditional. All I have to do is be healthy here. I get overpowered damage and you get max life. Just 30x. It's like, come on. Why? It doesn't matter. I'll go over it now. Let me not forget about this one here. Just in case you want to build some Fortify. Like, as if we don't have multiple skills that build Fortify. Or what about Charged Atmosphere? You gotta love you some Charged Atmosphere. Killing rats and breaking pots. Like, that's the best. Charged Atmosphere is so powerful. It will kill every single rat and break every single pot. It is just insanely overpowered. We gotta nerf it. Definitely not buff it. Like, you don't want a charged atmosphere build getting out of hand. That's for sure. Like, I don't even know what they're doing. Like, some of these passives are just so glaringly obvious that they're absolutely trash, and they don't do anything about them. They just let them. They just leave them there. Like, the first thing I would do if I could change one passive, it would be Toxic Claws. Toxic Claws would be 1 point. It would be a 1 point passive that would give you a set amount of poison that would scale off of your maximum weapon damage, right? So that way it's actually useful to some degree. But the biggest change it would affect all shape-shifting abilities, right? When you're in Werebear, you can poison enemies. When you're in Werewolf, you can poison enemies. I feel like that's like a no-brainer. Now you actually have a good way of applying poison with your Werebear skills. And, you know, now you don't have to go out of your way to apply poison with Changeling's Debt to get that extra damage bonus. Like, that's just such a small change you could do, and it would make Werebear feel so much better, right? And it would still keep Werewolf feeling just as good as it's ever been. I just feel like that's easy. Pulverize or Tornado. Probably. That's I think either or would be fine. I mean, at the end of the day, either or would be fine. You could probably, as long as you focus HP, it would probably depend on what you prefer in terms of like Tornado is going to give you that instant damage. Pulverize, you're going to have to get those overpowers. So it's a little bit less reliable. You could probably build a little bit more tankiness on Werebear, but I don't think it's going to change whether you will die or not from a one-shot. Because you can pretty much get the same amount of tankiness from your Tornado build just by quick shifting into Werebear to get the bonus from Ursine Strength that you could keep up 100% of the time, basically. So it would depend on your playstyle. Do you prefer the playstyle of Pulverize and, you know, kind of churning out those overpowers? Do you want that instant damage from Tornado that might not hit that high damage amount, but, you know, it's more reliable? But either of those should be perfectly fine in terms of survivability, because they both basically have the same access to the to your passives, right? In fact, I would almost say that Tornado might be better because the chest on Mad Wolf's Glee is better. Like, I Mad Wolf's Glee on right now with a greater affix to damage reduction from poison enemies, and I think you can scale that higher than than I believe you can scale the damage reduction while fortified that you get on Insatiable Fury. And you get movement speed and you get max life, so you might actually like Tornado better. They basically follow the same build, though. Like, both are damage to close. Both are running pets. Both of them have, you know, you got to scale life up. Both of them have the same resource issues that you basically fix the same exact way. And obviously, Tempest Roar is really useful to fix your resource issues. Harlequin Crest is pretty good because you have resource generation. So that'll help out some, too. No, I'm sorry. You can't use Harlequin Crest. My bad. Not Harlequin Crest. Well, you can if you're running a human Tornado build. If you're running human, you can. Which is always a good option, in my opinion. I like human Tornado. Kind of breaks things up a little bit. What was that greater affix? Yeah, it's not that good. Let's just finish out these kind of get us to where we need to be at, and then we'll do some pit. Also, early on, you can run the Zenith Ring with Tornado for clearing enemies, just so you can reset your Debilitating Roar. Well, not reset it, but cast it for free. So you have that benefit too. You know, that's kind of nice. stuck inside of this wall. But personally, I find Pulverize to be fun. I like the heavy hit. I like the sound from Pulverize. I'm gonna run some low level pit. I'll probably start at like tier 40 and then scale it from there. Once I get this to 100. Just so we can pick up some masterworking materials, because I need to reset my Mad Wolf's Glee and get the greater affix, the crit on the damage reduction. Like that first crit, I have to get on that damage reduction. After that, I don't care. It's whatever. I'm not going to spend that much gold. But that first crit, definitely. You gotta love that wind walls are so powerful. Stupid wind wall. That's another thing I think they should change about the overall game. Like waller enemies, it'd be nice if you could break walls from any area on the wall. Like just hitting the wall, you could break it. And then suppressor domes, it'd be nice if those were on like a rotating cooldown, like every 2 seconds. The enemy can have a suppressor dome. Every 2 seconds it falls off and they just rotate that. And then wind walls I think are fine. I just... it's just super annoying when you get wind walls and you get multiple other enemies with some kind of like terrain changing ability, like wallers or suppressor enemies, things like that. It's really annoying then. I think I'll just go to the pit after this. I need to start farming up some materials. Let me go over here and kill this guy. We might swing by Lilith at level 100 just to see where I'm at. See if I can kill her already. Make sure I have my scrolls of escape ready though. It's like 2 stacks and I bounce. We're already at 52k HP, so that's pretty nice. We'll probably end up somewhere around 60, 62k at level 100 with our glyphs, with our Paragon board set up right. You know, another way I think they could boost up our damage, Dave, is if they gave us a lot more boss modifiers for our legendary nodes, like for heightened malice. If like when you're hitting a boss, instead of it being like 3 enemies, maybe if they add like a modifier that says like hit the boss 3 times and you'll poison it, or something where you're actually applying that heightened malice damage bonus to a boss, would be really nice. There are just so many things that would benefit from having... Oy, Jesus Christ. This is always fun. How do we want to approach this, fellas? Golly. Yeah, trying to kill me. Oh my goodness. That's why I like Temerity. That's why I like to have Temerity. That extra barrier feels so much better than having even some damage reduction. I gotta keep my heightened senses up though. That was probably my fault. Gotta remember to spam one maul every now and again, so I get the damage bonus and not just the movement speed. Damage reduction. Yeah, get good is right. Oh man, I'm seeing people giving review bombing Elden Ring's DLC for being too hard. What's up with that, man? I haven't got to play it yet, and I'm actually planning on doing like a full playthrough closer and closer to the end of the season, like after the PTR and stuff. And I'm like, they better not nerf that until I get to beat it, because I cannot stand when they nerf Souls-like games. They better not at all. Like, I love that. I love the difficulty. Like, the fact that they're telling me that it's harder than the original game makes me really excited to play it. I just have to replay it on my PC, because I have it on my Xbox, but I haven't played it in forever. And that's where I beat it at, so I got it on my PC now, so that way I can stream it. Yeah, I'm like, what? Like, don't nerf that stuff. I hope they don't nerf it. I like difficulty. It'd be nice if I could get a chance to kind of play through that DLC if they just don't nerf it. I always hate that, like, when people start talking about nerfing Souls-like games or adding a difficulty to it. It's like, not every game is for every person, and that's okay. You don't have to play it. Like, play something different. If you don't like the difficulty, it doesn't mean anything. It's like it's no one's gonna judge you if you can't. Well, maybe some gamers may judge your skill if you're playing like Elden Ring or something and you lose. But I mean, who really cares about that? But I've heard it's a lot of fun. I've heard a lot of people talking about it. Obviously, it's a brand new game, brand new DLC, one of the best games to ever be made. I personally liked Bloodborne more. I liked Bloodborne, and I liked the Lies of P more. But I thought Elden Ring was really good. Lies of P had like the best soundtrack to a game I've ever played. Like, there were so many moments, the music, like they would have these records you would collect where you were playing through, right? And you could play them on the record player in like the home base area. And some of the songs were just so good, and you could play them and go around and talk to the characters and everything while you're doing the story. And some of the moments you could create by playing the music while talking to the NPCs and kind of going through the quest line. It was like just peak, I don't know, like it just had that peak storytelling feel, right? It had the music going, you had the dialogue going, and it was matching perfectly. It was so good. I really enjoyed Lies of P. And it had way more telegraphing, like, oh my god. Like, if you thought Morgoth, or I think that's what his name was, the first boss you fight in Elden Ring was difficult, imagine playing an entire game where every single monster was designed after that boss. That's exactly how that game felt. I'll be right back, guys. Give me just a second. Alrighty. Get something to drink here. Let's see what we can do here. So we'll start at like level 40, I think. We'll use Fortitude so that we have a little extra HP. And let's go ahead and get like an armor ensign just to negate more of that damage. I need to go ahead and level up my pants and my boots a little bit. Probably my pants, just because I can get some armor out of that. Yeah, I would really love to have debilitating roar duration. Let's see. Start out here. See what this feels like. Shouldn't be too bad. Cross our fingers. Because I still need a few more resistances too. Yeah, of course we get Speiters. Speitis. And look at all the baby spiders like blowing up with poison. That's a bug, right? I hope that's a bug. That was a waste. Oh, this is nice. Tried to wall me in there to some spider explosions. I don't know what the top pit level is for Stormclaw. But I also don't know if I'll ever reach it because I'm definitely not spending billions of gold on this gear. We'll try to use our debilitating roar only for really bad moments. So far, so good. I haven't really seen my health move. And there I go, using it while I have a protection shrine. Kill myself. So for Last Epoch, I tried to get into it, man. I really did, but ultimately, like, I hated the leveling experience. It was taking way too long. I'm not a big fan of, like, games that take you a long time to get to max level, just because I don't feel like that's an achievement. So part of the issue with and I really liked a lot of aspects of it. But the two things that really I didn't enjoy about it was the leveling took way too long. And then I didn't really like the art style. Kind of not my cup of tea. But overall, like, mechanically, the game was great. Although there were several bugs that I kept running into. One of them were the hitboxes. I think on my hardcore character, my first hard character that died, I was underneath a dragon, some kind of undead dragon, and somehow its breath still hit my character. Like, I was underneath its belly, and I was attacking it out of the AoE cone that was on the screen, but somehow it still hit me. So, really kind of annoyed me. I don't like things like that. Granted, there are still some, there are plenty of other things that you can get killed by in D4, so not too bad there. But yeah, ultimately, and I didn't like that there was no customization for your classes. Like, you couldn't, like, pick a character, customize it. I didn't like that stuff. I felt like there needed to be more cosmetic options. Everything just kind of looked just a bit cartoonish to me. If the leveling system was better, like if you could get to 100 faster, it wouldn't even have to be as hard as, like, shouldn't say hard. It wouldn't even have to be as easy as like Diablo. Obviously, Diablo's like super easy to get to level 100. But if it was even remotely close, I think I probably would enjoy it more. I just don't have that. I don't really have that time to pour into multiple characters and when it takes so long to level. It's like in the amount of time I level one Epoch character, it would take me that same amount of time to level like what, 3 or 4 characters in Diablo.
Cuts and clarity. What suits you? Equitable transaction.
Hopefully we can get a pair of pants with claw and HP. That would be nice. I'm not gonna worry about it if it's not greater affix, so.
Not while I'm in town.
There's power in the stone.
Level these pants up. Let's go ahead and get these obdicite. Throw some levels in the pants. Claw. Of course. Why not give me more chance to freeze? That's what I want. How far away am I from my resistance caps? Not really too far. So we'll go ahead and pick up that last resistance node here. That should cap me out. There we go. So now we're capped on armor. We'll go to 43. I am pretty excited about PoE 2 though. That looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. That looks like it's like right up my alley in terms of like how it looks, and the fact that they're going to knock down some of the ridiculous amount of complexity that there is to the game to decrease the learning curve makes me want to play it. I'm not a big fan of having like multiple websites open just to learn how to play the game because the mechanics are all over the place. I don't think that's good. I played it early on when it wasn't like that, and it was okay, but I wasn't really into action RPGs at the time. I was playing a lot of like MMO lights, like Destiny or Division, stuff like that. Played a lot of those games. This is where I gotta save my roars for when I run into enemy packs. That's another reason why I love to use Eridas, just to pull everything together, roar, and then burn it down really fast. Use like Pain Gore gauntlets, Pain Gorger gauntlets. That'd be really nice. I love how fast you can farm with Stormclaw. It's really nice when you get the instant damage instead of waiting for like damage ticks. Oh, nice. I might swap back to Overload just to kind of go back and forth with the two, just to see if the damage is actually somewhat impactful. I'll tell you another reason why I don't think they should have nerfed Debilitating Roar, because the skill actually doesn't Like, there are ways the skill doesn't function the best. Like, if you roar and it doesn't hit enemies because they're behind, like, a bush, you still take full damage from those enemies. Like, there's multiple ways where you can use your debilitating roar and it not really do what you want it to do. It just doesn't feel like a skill. Plus, it's a 4-second cooldown. Hey, what's up, Leighton? How you doing, brother? About Eridas? Yeah, man. I mean, I will say, though, again, like, I always end up saying, like, the problem, you shouldn't need to run, like, they need to fix Shred, man. That needs to be, they need to make it better. Like, if Shred works really well and there's a way to kind of, like, build up the AoE, I always think that they could do it with the Waxing Gibbous. It'd be really good. I feel like the Waxing Gibbous should give you, because let's face it, right? What is 100% crit chance giving you right now? Nothing. Like 100% crit chance on after you kill an enemy. One, it doesn't affect bosses, and two, you can get so much crit chance that it's not even important to have that. So it would be nice if they could rework it and maybe it gave you some kind of AoE damage to your Shred, like turn Shred into an ability that hits in an AoE circle around your character. Yeah, go ahead, throw it out. I'm ready. Give me that conspiracy theory. I'm ready for it. Hit me with that Alex Jones, man. This must be a substantial conspiracy theory. I will read it, but you just gotta forgive me because I am playing, like, I'm glancing down at my phone at the same time I'm playing this. Probably shouldn't be doing it, but it is what it is. See if there's anything back here we can kill before we get into the next area. You gotta love the snakes, man. The snakes, the best enemy type in the game.
I'm not ready.
Listen. I think that if we just had a two-hand weapon slot, I'd be happy in general, but do we really need the nerfs if they're going to give us a two-hand slot? I mean, that's my question. Just giving us a two-hand slot might make us at least somewhat, like, competitive against Barbarian, right? Like, I don't know if we need the nerfs for an extra weapon slot, but I will say that if they do, I'll be happy about it. I would love to see another nice two-hand slot for our Druid. Just having that staff and totem and one-hander, like a brand new one-hand sword, got the totem in the other hand. Hell, I wish they would just unlock our totem slot and allow us to equip a different weapon than a totem. I'd love to have like a double sword and a staff Druid, like a double sword polearm Druid. Like, I would love that. Like, my Druid was raised in an army and not out in the woods somewhere, so we don't use staves, we use polearms and swords, right? Like, I had like 2 military parents and they just raised me on swords and polearms and not staves and totems. I'd love that, man. Druid in name only. They're throwing all kinds of stuff out. I probably would have died to that if I was in any higher tier. We're almost at a level 1 tier 100 dungeon though, so That makes me pretty happy. Almost there at a tier 100. The damage is not too bad. Got a lot of room to grow. Oh. Oh, we gotta backtrack. Hopefully not too far. Yeah, but yo, I would love... Also, I just remind everybody, Druid can now use daggers. I love that sword, but if you're building damage to close, which you probably will still build with your tornado builds and your lightning storm builds, just to get that cap out on your brand newly capped Thunderstruck node, you're going to be able to use daggers. So that'll help build that up without actually investing in a tempering. And then you can get more crit damage temperings. And that's another thing, again, I think a lot of people are not taking into account. Like, we are losing a lot of damage, but they have crit damage temperings, and Druid has a ton of crit damage multipliers. So I feel pretty good that if we can stack out enough crit damage, we'll be able to do a sizable amount of damage with just having that. Like, could you imagine you have, like, your Envenom up, you have your Avian Wrath, you have your Earth and Devastation node, right? And then you just run crit damage on all of your tempers, and you have almost 100% crit chance when you get the right setup. You get, like, your crit chance gear pieces with greater affixes, maybe one masterworking crit. You're going to have so much damage. There are several other, I think, so, yeah, I mean, there's, everybody forgets about this deal here, but don't forget about, where's it at? Natural Balance, too. This is one of your best crit damage multipliers for your Earth skills. So, if you're running like a Nature's Fury setup, bang, you automatically have this really powerful crit damage modifier for your Earth skills. I mean, 45x with the amount of crit damage you'll be able to build up. I feel like Nature's Balance is going to be on a lot of Earth skill builds. We don't have much outside of that built into the class. The rest is pretty much... Other than... See, here's the thing. If they reverse that nerf onto Grizzly Rage, then every single build this season will be Rampaging Werebeast builds. Because... Where are you at? Bang! You get a massive critical strike damage multiplier. So, with the nerf that they made to the Grizzly Rage... We'll go look at it real quick. So... Rampaging Werebeast, phenomenal, right? If our skill works like it does now, where we can basically build up our Grizzly Rage duration to the point where we can build up our Grizzly Rage duration and then also build in cooldown so we can run Grizzly Rage 100% of the time. The problem with the new change is that they, I'll show you real quick. Let me go to it real fast. Let's pull up. Let's go to the patch notes real fast. Come on. Load already. Let's go over here. We'll just kind of go over the patch notes. I a little bit. Golly, why is my... Stop running so slow. Let's go down to the Druid. Where are you at? There we are. Look at these patch notes. They're so small. Well, there they are. I think it's funny. You look at the Druid patch notes, and it's not a lot. The Necro, pretty much, you know, not a whole lot. The Rogue, like, you're just scrolling. It's all Rogue. And then we get to the Sorcerer. I'm like, Jesus, man. They did so many things on the Rogue. I feel like they have one. Like, how can you have this much on one class and not anything on another? Like, that just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense why you can have that much unless they don't have developers for specific classes. So, we'll see here. Let me see. I'm just reading what you said. They shouldn't have capped Thunderstruck. I agree with you, Shadow. In this meta, they definitely should have uncapped Earth and Devastation. But I feel like they should have uncapped Earth and Devastation, and they should have made it scale off of a different damage type, because scaling off of damage to controlled enemies is absolutely terrible when you're fighting bosses. So let's look at Grizzly Rage. This is the biggest problem here, right here. This little text here. No. Wait. Now. Where am I want to make sure I'm highlighting the right thing. Where is the cooldown part? Oh, yeah. Right here. Sorry. Right here at the top. My bad. Cooldown for this ability now starts after Grizzly Rage ends. This is by far the biggest nerf that this ability has ever seen. And what they should have done with Grizzly Rage is basically turn back the clock and buff it back to where it was before they nerfed it when the game released, right? Because when they nerfed Grizzly Rage, the reason why they nerfed it is because you could get 100% unstoppable on Grizzly Rage with just this passive, and now it's 6 seconds. And there was Rampaging Werebeast, which was giving you like this insanely high crit damage multiplier. It was like 1,000%. It was ridiculous, right? For the time, it was ridiculous. So they nerfed it down, right? And now with that change, you're basically taking a skill, right? Which through several passives, right? We can get Temperings to increase the duration. We can get cooldown. And by doing those things, we can create an infinite Grizzly Rage currently. But by making this little change, literally this little change, they force you into cooldown that you cannot get out of. And that there is that's the first thing I want to say. On the forums, I want to be like, revert this nerf, buff Grizzly Rage, and thank you. That's exactly what I'm going to say, because this is stupid. This is pointless. No one is using Grizzly Rage right now, and by making this nerf, they basically guaranteed no one is going to use Grizzly Rage again. Now, what would happen if they would change this, right? Just these changes are fine. Capping it at 75%, this is actually not that bad, because what this does is make it way better for clearing trash out, right? So now you can keep your Grizzly Rage 100% of the time without ever coming out of Grizzly Rage, and you get this nice little damage scaling here where you're clearing out trash packs. When you get to the boss, though, you'll automatically be forced into the cooldown because you cannot kill enemies. So if they take this away, leave the rest of it, you'll then be able to create a really powerful Grizzly Rage build, whether you're using Dire Bear or Dire Wolf. You'll be able to create a really good Grizzly Rage build where you'll get that nice critical strike damage bonus from Rampaging Werebeast, and it will work really well on bosses because you can just refresh the cooldown as soon as you come out of Grizzly Rage. Even though, in my opinion, the way they could buff Grizzly Rage better is by allowing you to socket Grizzly Rage on your bar and for it to stay on your bar when you're in Dire Bear. Like, I think it's absolutely ridiculous that you lose all of your abilities when you're in Grizzly Rage, except for your Werebear abilities, but you somehow lose Grizzly Rage and you can't refresh it while you're inside of the buff. If they did that, we would have some solid builds for both classes. Now, obviously, we would just be forced back into Season 0. Like, this would basically be forcing Druids back into Season 0 and reset the entire class back to where it was, because every single build would be a Dire Bear or Dire Wolf build, and that's where you would be at. But at least you wouldn't lose so much damage, right? Like, you wouldn't really lose anything from Shepherds too much, because you would have the Rampaging Werebeast. It's just going to be interesting to see what happens, because I think what's going to end up happening is everybody's going to run Petrify. And then if the Cataclysm gloves are really good, you'll see people socketing in Cataclysm. But when you're using like storm abilities. But the problem with Cataclysm is they're amping up the lightning storm aspect of Cataclysm, which is kind of bad because the only core skill that you have that works off of lightning is lightning storm. And guess what you have to run with lightning storm? Ascetic wraps. And guess what ascetic wraps are? They're gloves. So it's like you have ascetic wraps and you have lightning storm, you can't run cataclysm gloves. So then what are you going to run it with, right? Well, you want to scale lightning damage. The only thing that you could run it with is tornado, and it actually be like where you can use the glove slot, but then you're scaling physical damage instead of lightning damage. So it's kind of weird. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. It's like that's where Grizzly Rage needs to be. Like Grizzly, there's no point for it not to, right? Like, why can we not have an ultimate that gives us the unstoppable buff? It doesn't say immunity. It just makes it where we can't be CC'd. And with the nerf to CCs, it's like it's an ultimate, right? So it would be nice to have. It would be nice to have a werebear that you could keep up 100% of the time, give you unstoppable, and then this doesn't mean anything, right? Fortify, we get that from everywhere, but that would be a massive. Like, just taking that one line of text out would really be big for Grizzly Rage. And then you could choose, do you want Grizzly Rage? Do you want Petrify? Do you want to run some kind of weird Cataclysm setup? But right now, it's like, you really don't have any choice. You don't have much of a choice. Even with these patch notes, it looks... You're pretty much going to be running that one thing, and that's it. I'm going to go ahead and... level these real quick just to get my armor cap back. Are we? Yep, there we go. 230. We are solid. Level my Shaco. But I don't know. Like, it is unfortunate. There are several ways they could improve upon it. But we will see what we can do on the PTR, because I think if they listen, because they have been listening pretty well, if they listen well enough and we make enough noise, yeah, I mean they're definitely buffing Cataclysm, but again, my problem is they're buffing it a little bit, but they're giving you a unique item, right? They're making you use a unique item to make it good. Yeah, they definitely need to do something with it. Like vulnerability, the biggest issue is there's several... Man, I should have went over it. So let me finish this and we'll go over it too. Because there's several things I want to we can talk about with Druid real fast. That they're just... It doesn't make any sense why they've kind of left it the way it is in the game. Because ever since they nerf even things like vulnerability, they never really adjusted some of the values. And it's made it where, you know, the passives are just absolutely atrocious. Like, just completely useless. Yeah, I'm starting to lose a little bit of HP here. I'll have to work on my gear. I definitely will not be grinding this in with this character. I will use my wind shear character to grind this up to get the materials. I might even just try to use Temerity. I feel like I'd like to have that extra HP, like the extra barrier buff. I don't like seeing my health go down. Always makes me feel like I'm worried something's gonna hit me for all of my HP. That's what I need, that 100% crit. That crit feels so good. More attack speed, more crit. I'm really poor in the attack speed department. Man, I tell you what, Stormclaw is one build that would benefit the most from being able to swap gear inside of the pit. Now I'm fine with them locking your gear in the pit, but I will say, man, the bossing setup versus the AoE setup for clearing and stuff is so much different. The damage difference is so different. Like, you get Pain Gorger, you get Eridas, you know, you're clearing packs so easy. But obviously you don't want that on the boss. You want to be able to really put a lot of damage into the boss, single target, fast. But man, it would be nice to have those two setups available. Love those snakes. Yeah, I think that's really one of the bit. Now that they fixed a lot of the other issues in terms of like what we were having to rely on, I think now we just need to focus on making the skills good themselves. I used the example of tornadoes earlier. So tornadoes is really funny because you need an aspect just to make tornadoes attack enemies. And it's one of the most obvious examples. It's like, why do I need to dedicate an entire aspect slot just to make a tornado hit an enemy? Like, why do they even trail off into nothing when you don't have that? And just by making changes to skills where they function better and smarter, you'll have a better class that, you know, you can utilize a lot of your aspect slot. Then maybe you can be greedy. Then maybe you can be greedy with the damage. But, like, for instance, so our basic skills. We see no buff for Wind Shear, no buff for Storm Strike, right? Those obviously need buffs. All of these need buffs in general. Maul, this is trash. No one needs any more Fortify. We literally have Fortify from everything. It feels like I'm overloaded with Fortify. Like, I have to go out of my way not to build Fortify. This passive should be built into Maul. Like, just increasing range, that should already be in Maul. This is kind of cool. I would be fine with this staying if this turned into like some kind of damage increase. Claw's fine. I think the 20% attack speed, insane. Chance to hit twice. Poison, all cool. Obviously, poison needs to scale differently. Storm Strike's really good. I mean, 50% vulnerability, that's basically 100% all the time. Wind Shear, I wish there was a way to cause it to fracture. I think it'd be cool to have like a fracturing Wind Shear setup. Earth Spike is pretty decent. The problem again is it doesn't function on bosses, like all the things immobilize, stun, all this stuff. And then a Fortify again. Like, Jesus Christ, how many things do we need to fortify us? These are great. I love this passive. Abundance. This abundance needs to be changed to spirit per second. Then it would be useful. Until they do that, absolutely hot garbage. Spirit per second would be the best way to go. Lightning Storm should function exactly the way the Ascetic Wraps make it function, because there's no reason for us to need a unique item just to make it work good, right? A lot of these passives preserve your Lightning Storm channeling. Yeah, because we use channeling, right? We pulse it. So why is that? That's not even good. This isn't good because it doesn't give you one additional Lightning Storm strike. It just adds another Lightning Storm strike to your, your channeling. This would be different if it caused your Lightning Storm to strike twice. Then I would say really good passive. Tornado. This one's actually good. I don't really think they need to do anything with Tornado. I think they just need to make Tornado function the way Storm Chasers makes Tornado function, and just attack the enemies. Then they could actually do stuff, but I don't. Pulverize. I think this change is good enough. It is just unfortunate that we need two aspects to buff it and get it to where we want it. But I will say those aspects, outside of Earthsign Horror needs to do more damage. Earthsign Horror is like, you just want it because of the Earth skill tag, unfortunately. But it needs to do something more. But Pulverize is actually pretty good because the aspects are actually good, right? 100% increase when you put it on a two-hander to your Shockwave is phenomenal. Shred needs to have some way to build out its AoE, whether it be through a unique item. And then because it's so single target focused, it needs to hit. Like, it needs to hit hard. I mean, really, really hard. So hopefully with the patch they'll address that. I do think there's a chance that with the way they have the third attack scaling on Shred and Lupine Ferocity, you're going to see some really powerful combinations there with Lupine, Ferocity, and Shred. You might get that real big pop on your third attack, and then you can just jack up your attack speed to where you're constantly getting that third attack proc. Yeah, definitely need to combine some aspects. They definitely do, bro. Predatory Instinct is fine. I think it's a whatever. They did a good job here, so I have nothing to say about Landslide. I feel like the changes they made to Landslide are really good. The only thing I will say is that Tremor Mode is obviously better than Raging Landslide. Now, you know, the bug on Earthbreaker clearly is making it better, but without that, you know, Tremor Mode's just way better. So if they could find a way to make this apply to bosses, like instead of being an immobilized or for immobilized or stun enemies, but then also on bosses, maybe they give it a % chance to proc like they do Tremor Mode, like 10% chance for an extra landslide pillar when you're fighting a boss, then I would say it's probably something like 20%. Something like that. They're giving this a buff. I don't know why. Digigrade Gate is phenomenal now with the temperings. I love it now, so I have no complaints with that. My only complaint really is I wish that these would not just function while you're in werewolf or werebear form. I wish they would just say WoW shapeshifted. I think that would be much simpler. That way, if you want to build out a werebear build, werebears can be super fast too. I hate the fact that werebears are so slow when you end up, you know, if you want to pick up like Banished Lords for a pulverized build. I hate the fact that werebears get the kind of the short end of the stick in terms of mobility. Bears are not slow. This is fine. This is all fine now with the patch. This will never make any sense to me. Yeah, Earthsign Horror, I'm fine with it having its separate aspect, but it just needs to hit. There needs to be a there needs to be a reason outside of just adding the Earth tag for Earthsign Horror to exist on your aspects bar. You know what I'm to exist on your aspects. Like there needs to be a different reason. So for Cyclone Armor, I'm fine with the damage reduction, although the scaling is quite poor. I wish they would increase the scaling of the non-physical damage reduction. This is actually pretty okay, preserving Cyclone because of how it functions. This is the one I wish they would take out. So I wish they would change this passive to be a pull instead of a push. Like if they could take that and make it a pull, so when you cast Cyclone, you pull all the enemies from around you into your character, that'd be really cool. And then obviously the cooldown on this needs to be way lower. I would say like no more than 12 seconds. Like why the hell is this cooldown so high? It does barely anything. This is fine now. Blood Howl needs to function exactly the way the aspect already functions. So part of the problem with Howl is that they, you know, now they've just randomly added shout tags to your skills. The problem is, where is this thing at? There we go. The problem is that they're not built to be shouts. Like werebear skills were not built with the idea that they would be shouts. So we have no passive to buff up our shouts like Barbarian does, right? And the only aspect that turns Blood Howl into a shout is Night Howler's aspect. But look what it gives us. 10% crit chance. I don't know if they know this, but that's useless now. We have so much crit chance. So I really wish they would take this aspect and just put it into Blood Howl. Like, make it work for a duration, turn it into a shout automatically, give it some crit chance. Like, what's the problem there? I don't see the problem with that because no one is using Howl outside of, like, just to break attack speed cap with preserving Blood Howl. And not even that turns it into a shout, guys. Like, it literally gives it a duration, but it doesn't turn it into a shout, right? Because it doesn't affect other players until you slot in a whole aspect. Like, why? Doesn't make any sense. And then maybe give us a passive tree here for buffing shouts. This is garbage. Maybe they could turn this into a spirit generator. Like, give us like 10 or 15 spirit per second for 4 seconds when we howl. I don't even, you know, it is what it is. Debilitating Roar is perfectly fine. I think it's fine. There's no issue here. They did nerf it. It's whatever. They nerfed Debilitating Roar, but then gave us a ton of damage reduction elsewhere. So, Wolves, really good. Obviously, Wolves are good. Probably could do something with Ferocious Wolf Pack. Maybe instead of Fortify, maybe it gives Wolves like inherent lifesteal when they attack enemies. But our best companion skill, Nature's Reach is good. Call of the Wild is good. Clarity. My problem with Clarity is it's so niche because no one wants to cast a companion skill and then cast a core skill, right? You're not going to interrupt casting Tornadoes to cast a companion skill or casting Lightning Storm or casting Shred. The only one that really works is Pulverize. And it works fine with Pulverize. The problem with Pulverize is that when you're in Grizzly Rage form, which is going to be, I hope, what we can do in Season 5, you can't use your companion skills, right? So it automatically is pointless. So I go Pulverize. I go Clarity because I can actually afford to cast a companion skill. I then go Grizzly Rage, and I can't cast a companion skill. Doesn't make any sense. So it makes this one largely unused, even though it's really powerful. Like, you can get 45% crit chance and a 45% multiplier after casting all 3 of your companion skills. And the really cool thing is they made it where you can cast Poison Creeper and Ravens while moving now. So it almost lends itself to being a perfect Pulverize kind of passive. But now you're just, you're doing Hurricane. And it just doesn't make any sense. So, I don't know. They could definitely do something with Grizzly again. Just make it where you can use your companion skills inside Grizzly Rage. The further we get into the game, the worse this becomes, Brutal Poison Creeper. Because we get so much crit chance now. This basically does nothing, unfortunately. So they need to change this. And then obviously this stuff just scales, right? This stuff just needs scaling. Like poison damage in general just needs to scale. Ravens has been trash, always will be trash. I think they need to rework this skill. This is, again, because we can build so much crit chance, not really that useful as much as it used to be. This was fine for Shepherds. It's still going to be fine for Shepherds because of companion damage, so that's fine. This is, again, see, here's my problem, right? In Season, when the game launched, vulnerability was incredibly powerful. And it still is powerful, but they nerfed it. And now we have things that are left on our bar that have never been touched, like enemies inside the Swarm of Ravens become vulnerable for 3 seconds. When it should say, enemies inside a Raven Swarm should be vulnerable. Because vulnerability is nowhere near as powerful as what it used to be. And that's a big problem. They haven't adjusted the ability to cause vulnerability with a lot of our skills and aspects, as well as our Paragon board nodes. So vulnerability, or glyphs, I should say. So vulnerability should be just automatic when you cast Ravens. And people still wouldn't pick this because you're still going to want 2 Ravens to boost up your campaign. Well, they might actually pick it as a source of vulnerability if they made that change. But 3 seconds is not long enough. It's stupid. They never changed it since they nerfed vulnerability, and that's a big problem. And then we're going to get to this passive tree here, and this is the biggest problem, right? So this is a perfect example of why they need to change what things can cause vulnerability and how they cause vulnerability. So this passive here does not change. Like, look at this. 3 points, you have a 10% chance to make enemies vulnerable for 3 seconds. On a lucky hit. On a lucky hit, you have a 10% for 3 skill points. 3 skill points. The fact that that still exists is ridiculous. Like, that should never... Like, that should have been buffed as soon as they nerfed vulnerability. For 3 points. Charged Atmosphere. Do I really have to talk about Charged Atmosphere? The only buff to this skill is to reduce the duration. It's hot, stinky garbage on a summer day. It is the equivalent of the air conditioner shorting out inside of a mortuary while you're actively burning corpses. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how bad this is. This thing is so trash, and they haven't touched it other than to lower its cooldown. It's stupid. This is fine. The problem is, again, immobilize, right? So it doesn't work for bosses. But I'm okay with that because it doesn't, not everything has to do the same thing. But it would be nice if they did have something there, maybe. But when you know, it is what it is. And then Bad Omen, you know, they could. This one is, you know, you're. Again, they could probably buff this, but it's not. It's not as bad as the rest. But the damage is clear. I mean, it's 3 points, man. You're really only using Bad Omen to proc Electrocution Glyph. That's it. I mean, that's really all you're using it for. And then Endless Tempest should not work off of percentage. It should give you a flat duration. 2 seconds, 6 seconds, you know, 2 seconds, 4 seconds, 6 seconds, 3 seconds, 6 seconds, 9 seconds. This 5% up to 15%. Let's look at that real fast. So we're going to take 3 points, and we're going to throw them into Endless Tempest, and what? That's all I get? A 1.2 second increase? 1.2 second for 3 skill points? That's crazy. That's Hurricane. They buffed it all over the place. Again, here though, Hurricane, 50% chance to make enemies vulnerable for 3 seconds. You know, buff that. Make it better. It's fine to be that, but it needs to be better. Boulder. Can someone tell me why Boulder has a 4% lucky hit chance? Like, how does Boulder, one of the trashiest skills, have a lucky hit chance of 4%? And it's a wrath skill. Hurricane, 21%. I think Rabies, 50%. Even our Trample has a 20% lucky hit chance. Boulder, 4%. Why? I don't know. Maybe when they made the game, they were like, this Boulder is so powerful. But Boulder needs a massive buff. This is fine. But why these two exist at the same time? This is redundant. Like, when you have Fortify, Boulder gives you 20% increased critical strike chance. Boulder critical strike chance is increased by 3% each time it deals damage. I'm like, how? How does that still exist? Like, on a skill that needs to be buffed too. Like, it's so bad by itself. I would love to have a awesome pure boulder build where you're just throwing boulders at enemies and like stunning them and throwing them all over the place, but you know, it's just so bad. This is actually good. This is good. This is fine. This is a great fortify builder for earth skills. I'm fine with that being a fortify builder. That's perfectly fine. This is cool. This is much better now. My only issue with provocation is they should give you a drop-down table for provocation and allow you to select which skills will overpower with provocation. So that way you don't waste the skill that you don't want to overpower on, right? I would like them to have that implemented. Rabies, come on. How many times have they buffed Rabies? They're still keeping this around. Like, this should just, again, be baked into the skill. Change this passive. This passive, again, all these passives suck. All these passives suck. This is fine, but all of these two are terrible. This is our best passive tree. Again, this just apply to all shape-shifting skills, not werewolf skills, all shape-shifting skills. And Venom, obviously, you know, whatever. It's good. Slows are terrible, but I'll take it. I mean, it is what it is. Trample needs... The thing I would like to see with Trample is for them to turn this passive into a trample that allows you to move through enemies, right? You could still stun them or whatever, but it would be nice if this would turn a trample into allow you to move through enemies. So that way when you're running a trample slide build, you can just cast your trample slide and move through packs of enemies and hit them with your entire trample slide. I think that would be kind of nice. And then obviously the ultimate tree, Petrify, ungodly good, so good. This is fine because we're in an HP meta. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine too. And this is, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what they would do with Resonance outside of, like, you know, you're using a Nature's Fury build. Yeah, but I mean, it just feels like so clunky. I don't really see anybody wanting to waste their points on that. They're buffing Cataclysm, but vulnerability for 6 seconds on lightning strikes. I think they should just put this into the ultimate and change this to something else. This is fine. Lacerate is getting yet again another buff. It should be better. I don't really have anything to say about it because I never wasted time with Lacerate. Like I said about Grizzly Rage, that one text line, this is good. This needs to be something different for an ultimate skill. This entire tree is trash. Like, what are you using this for? Everybody wants unstoppable. This entire tree needs to go. It needs to be something different. And then, obviously, these are your two best key passives. This is only good this season because of Nature's Fury Landslide build. Lupine Ferocity sounds way better in the patch, so I'll have to test it out. But it's still niche compared to, like, Earthsign Strength or Bestial Rampage. The only thing I would change about Bestial Rampage is take the duration off, just to make it where you shift in and shift out much faster. Maybe just, you know, that way you can just shift into Werebear, shift back into Werewolf. I feel like the duration is silly. Earth and Might, absolutely trash. Needs to rework that. Earth and Might would be good if you could proc the... If they took away the lucky hit. Like, the lucky hit is what kills it. The lucky hit makes it where you rarely get the Earth and Might buff. And two, like, that's the first thing. And the second thing they need to do with Earth and Might is allow you to re-proc the buff while you have the buff active, right? So what would happen is once you proc the buff, you'll have a 100% crit chance. And you'll basically keep re-procking the buff, so you'll always have that Earth and Might up. And I know it might seem really powerful, but, I mean, that's what key passives are supposed to be. I honestly think Nature's Fury is the coolest key passive, and if we had more key passives that work like that, I'd be happy. With this kind of cool mechanic of giving you that double, you know, that free skill, if we had more creative passives. I actually hate passives like Bestial Rampage because they're really bland. That's, yeah, you know, and that Perfect Storm, I mean, what do we say about that one? Like, what do we do with Perfect Storm? Give it more damage? So what? Like, so it can... What's the point of this? It needs to do something different. Like, this should have, like... Maybe this one gives you a chance to cast Storm skills twice. So it's similar to so that way it's similar to the affix. I don't know. But maybe it should just do something different, right? Like, maybe it should just do something different instead of just give you a flat damage increase through multiplier. Hey, what's up, Harry? But yeah, like, I don't know. Like I said, maybe give it a chance to cast twice, see what happens. Like, definitely needs to... Our key passives are just Earthsign Strength, Bestial Rampage. That's it. Those two. And this because Landslide is bugged. But this is the coolest one, in my opinion. I don't know. But that's what I would... That's basically what I would do. Yeah, I'm going to make a YouTube video on it, too. I mean, I don't get it either. I mean, it is what... I don't understand it. Like, tell me why this exists. Tell me why this still exists. A lucky hit, a legendary node, one of only a few, right? We have, what, 9 boards, 10 boards, something like that? We have a few of these. One of them is... On lucky hit, you have a 15% chance to immobilize, which is one of the trashiest CCs in the game, and then poison an enemy for your base damage. No, I know about channeling. I wish they would fix that on channeling. Like, that needed to fix that, like, ASAP. Like, I don't know why the constricting tendrils... And they buffed it. Like, they buffed it, guys. Like, what is... Like, look at this... Where's it at, man? I gotta go back to the last patch. This was what, like, was the biggest slap in the face in terms of, like, the Druid. Where's the last one? When we got this here, and they did... Where are you at? This. We're waiting for that mid-season patch. We're waiting so long. We're like, okay, they're gonna definitely give us something. They're going to definitely give us. They got to. The class is at the bottom of the barrel. They got to give us something. Constricting Tendrils Legendary Node. Damage increase from 120 to 150% of your base damage. And I was just like, are they serious? Like, did they really buff that? It doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense. A lot of these need to be reworked too. A lot of these glyphs need to, like, for instance, we were talking about Exploit earlier. A whole glyph slot and you get vulnerable for 3 seconds on a 20-second cooldown. Like 20 seconds for 3 seconds of vulnerability for a glyph. This should just be like 30% chance to make enemies vulnerable on damage. 40% chance, whatever, but 3 seconds every 20 seconds. That is absolutely atrocious. Like, that should have been changed. But they've never changed it since they nerfed vulnerability from the beginning of the game. So we're still stuck with that. Like, it needs to be a guaranteed source of vulnerability. It's a whole glyph. It's a whole glyph for your class. Like, you gotta buff it up. This needs a boss modifier to it. Some kind of bossing modifier. A lot of these are fine. This is fine. I do find it funny, though, for Ancestral Guidance. You basically want to get yourself spirit cost reduction, but then it costs 75 spirit, which isn't too bad, but it is what it is. All of these, like Spirit on Kill, this should be like spirit per second. Like, this should give you 1 spirit per second. This should give you 2 spirit per second. Another 1 spirit. That way, like, Spirit on Kill does not help your build when you're fighting bosses. So I really think they need to do something with that. I wish they hadn't of taken Inner Beast and made it an ultimate skill cooldown. I wish they would revert this back and just give us that spirit cost reduction. No one wants to cool down their ultimate with this. Like, no one's going to do that. Like, I mean, sure you might find somebody, but you know, at the end of the day, like, no one's really going to use that for an ultimate skill cooldown. So I don't know. Like, a lot of things, even this whole boon system feels half-baked. Like, even the changes they made, everyone's going to get damage reduction. You took damage reduction away. I'm going to pick damage reduction. So this is stupid. We get so much movement speed, it's ridiculous. This is our best tree. Even though my favorite thing about the eagle tree, and the way that I know that this is absolutely half-baked and they never really revisited it, I feel like they made the Druid in like the last month of the development and they just threw some shit together and they were like, this works, throw it in the game. My favorite thing about this is not only do you have to go back to the stronghold to reboon, like to re-spirit bond, but that is not an eagle. I don't know if anybody watches like National Geographic or if you guys have ever seen an eagle in your life, but that is not an eagle. So maybe it's because they live, I don't know where the studio is. It's like maybe they've never seen an eagle before, and maybe they've never seen an eagle or know how to type in eagle. But that's not an eagle. Not an eagle I've ever seen. And yeah, and then we have this. Pack leader needs to be better. Lucky hit, take the lucky hit off. Easy choice. Remove lucky hit, pack leader's good. Energize, remove lucky hit. Energize is good. Fortify, whatever. They love fortify, I don't know. Calamity's good. And look, no lucky hit, no issue. Extended duration, good. Lucky hit, calm before the storm. Lucky hit again. Reduce the percentage chance to cause it to occur. Take off the lucky hit. I don't care. As soon as they added lucky hit to masochistic, became bad. Take the lucky hit off. Take the lucky hit off. Why does Overload have a lucky hit, guys? It is one of the worst. It is one of the worst boons we have, and it has a lucky hit. And then Obsidian Slam, just make it a percentage increase to overpower for druids, because every 10th kill does not work on bosses. So I mean, it seems pretty obvious to me, but these lucky hits kill everything. Like for pack leader, there are times where even with high crit chance, unless you're like maxed out on your crit chance, like really close to max, like 50% and below, it feels like you can go an entire cooldown without proccing pack leader. So that's my I don't know. I've been saying that for a while now. Like, I've made a couple videos on it, and I'm gonna make another video on it. So we'll see what happens. But there's just a lot of fundamental issues. Yeah, it feels the same way. I know. I heard him. I've watched some of his stuff, and I don't blame him. Like, it feels half baked. It just feels like it doesn't function the way that it's supposed to. And a lot of the things are bugged. A lot of the things aren't working as they're supposed to work. It's like always something. You're never. It's never working the way it's supposed to. And so you know it's we're a year in, and the thing is I expect things to get missed. I understand it. You know, things happen. You know, it's busy. Everybody's probably pretty busy there doing stuff. But these are a lot of issues that you would see if you just simply play tested and you understood what's lacking from the class. And they've been there, and the thing is they've been there for a long time. Right? The community has made posts about them. Everybody has said they exist in the game, and they just never touch it. Like, they never do anything about it. And I feel like they could have, like, I mean, I'm sure they should have, like, by any measure of the word, they should have done it by now. But I will say, like, the reason why I remain optimistic is because of the little changes, right? Because, like, they gave us pets this season, that pickup stuff, and the pets work great. Like, the pets work so good. They pick up everything and they do it really fast. Things like that. The fact that they added swords to Druid now, and we can use swords and pole arms, little things like that was like, okay, well, they're definitely listening. Maybe it was all of the nonsense, you know, they were, you know, getting bought and all of the things that were going on, and the game has gotten way better really fast. Like, over the course of a few seasons, the game has just been steadily just getting better and better. But they have to tackle class balance. Like, everything else is good now. They're adding more in-game. They're doing more stuff. They're making everything much better. They have to tackle class balance. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it has to be somewhat imperfectly balanced. And the majority of things should work as intended. Like, every season, we should not be relying on bugs to deal damage. Every single top build for most classes outside of Barbarian have been bugs. Every single one. Like, that's not good, right? Like, Druid, innate bulwark, bugged. Poison shred, bugged. What else? We got tornadoes this season, but what beats tornadoes? Wind shear, clearly a bug, right? Same thing with, I'm sure, Sorks, right? Ball lightning, bugged. You know, I don't know Sork because I don't play Sork, but I know a lot of their builds have been bugged. And then Necro Minions, the biggest thing was a bug this season, right? It was another bug with, like, the Holy Volt Elixir and Minions. Even though they still do a substantial amount more than what they did previously, you know, the best versions of it had to do with, you know, a bug. Lots of bugs. It's always some, but Barbarian, for some reason, they can make, like, even though Barb has its bugs too, I will say, a lot of the things seem like they say that they're intended, right? Like, that they're intended to work like they do. And you know this because they'll, like, nerf something. Like, one of the worst nerfs they made to the game was when they buffed Overpower, then nerfed it back down because Barbarian was smacking so hard with it. But then every other class who just finally got some damage with Overpower felt that nerf, right? It's like you nerf Banished Lords, you nerf down Overpower, but then every other class outside of, you know, Barb is feeling that nerf far harder than they are. So it's almost impossible at some point, because you know, anything you do to the overall game to target one specific class without, you know, openly just saying we're going to nerf this, which is going to piss people off. But I mean, what do you do at some point? When a class is hitting trillions of damage, I mean, come on, like, in a meta, in a game where it used to be ridiculous to hit millions. Like, our power scaling is so ridiculous. I don't think people remember, like, doing 1 million damage was crazy, right? Doing 1 million damage was insane. You were probably killing things super fast if you did tens of millions, right? You're one-shotting Lilith. You're doing absurd amounts of damage. Now we're at the point where it is not uncommon, right, to see classes with bugs, most of them, but even like Barbarian, doing hundreds of billions of damage per second, right? Basically trillions of damage. So I don't know. Like, we have a game that's designed around doing millions and we're doing billions. Now we have tormented bosses, and those bosses are getting blown up. Four-man tormented bosses getting blown up in seconds. That's pretty crazy. Let's do 51. And I don't know how you develop content for that, because, like, what are you gonna do? Put another in-game piece of content out, and then, you know, buff up all the damage, and now we're doing, you know, we're gonna be one-shotting uber tormented level 400 bosses in seconds. It's not. At some point, you gotta own your game. You can't be afraid of criticism. You can't be afraid of negativity. Because that's what, in my opinion, I think they are. Like, after Season 1, they had so much bad... Like, it was so popular to see I Hate Diablo videos. Everybody was making a lot of money off of the I Hate Diablo train. And there was... I can't even tell you. People were making crazy videos, and they were going viral. And people getting 100, 200, 300,000 views on every I Hate Diablo video. I remember the famous leaked survey one. The leaked survey, they literally took a leaked survey, and they were making, content creators were making videos, hundreds of thousands of views off of a leaked survey. And I'm like, this is crazy. Like, that is, one, it's impressive that you can actually generate that much, that many clicks off of that kind of topic. But two, it was like, it's a leaked survey. It's not even we don't even know if it's real or not. But it was just, you know, I think they're just worried about that. And they're, at the end of the day, they're probably like, let's just have as less friction as possible. I mean, I remember they were about to nerf Bash, and they said it was a bug in the patch notes, but then they were like, oh, it's not, that was a mistake. It's not a bug. It's actually working as intended. And I'm like, okay, so you give one class a multiple stacking multiplier to their basic skill that makes it where they can literally run through the entire in-game and bash everything with a basic skill and kill it in seconds. And that's intended? That was on purpose? You were like, yeah, that sounds really good. When the truth is, they probably just didn't want to get the flack from people, right? They didn't want to piss people off by nerfing it. But it is what it is. I mean, they're the ones who have to do it. It's their game. They have to kind of take the reins at some point in time and be like, okay, guys, we can't have this stuff, or else it's going to make our job way harder. Because when I hear, like, new in-game content, and I see that new in-game content they have coming in Season 5, the first thing I think is, Rob is about to clear that shit in the first day. That's all I think. I'm like, Rob is about to blow through that in the first day. He's going to have a level 100 in 4 hours. He's going to get his gear, and he's going to blow through that in-game content the first day. And he's going to do that also while killing the tormented bosses, and then probably clearing, like, at least tier 130 pit. Like, that's exactly what he's in one day. Like, that's exactly what I think about. And I just think that's a problem. Like, I think even though Rob's a great player, he has lots of friends he plays with in groups, he gets all the, you know, he does it the best way you can do it. But damn, one day, my man's done beat the entire game in one day. And he did it in, like, one playthrough. So my thoughts on the shred buff. Like, I think there's going to be some legit combination you could make with shred and lupine ferocity. So they buff lupine ferocity to give you that big damage bonus and that instant crit on every third hit. And they're buffing the third hit of shred by a substantial amount. So I think there's potential for there to be a really powerful shred build when you combine those two things. But I'd have to test it. But overall, I would say I do suspect that Druid, by the end of the PTR, is going to need more damage buffs. And then I would also like them to rework the Waxing Gibbous to do some kind of AoE damage for Shred, so that way it's not so single target focused. And a lot of it too will have to do with how they improve our unique items. So I think that's going to be a big part of it too. If they do a lot for our unique items, we're going to see some pretty strong things. There are a few other things I think that they could probably do that would improve the overall loss of damage that we're getting from capping Thunderstruck, as well as losing Shepherds. One of them being, like I said earlier, reverting that nerf on Grizzly Rage. That was a bad idea. That was a massive nerf. Not too bad. We have bad gear. Well, it's not bad gear, but it's definitely not the best we could do. We're clear, not too bad. But yeah, I feel like I said, I'm gonna do the PTR. I'm gonna test Shred. I'm gonna test Companions first, and then from there, I will. And then from there, I'll probably post out things. Start to kind of post things out about what I think should change, how I think they should change them.
I cannot do that here.
I'm just really hoping for some legit buffs. Like if they buff up the Crone Staff, like if they take that damage to close enemies and jack that damage up really high, obviously they need to fix a lot of the problems with the bugs that are occurring. But if they can jack up that damage to close enemies, like just pull up those damage numbers, that'd be really nice. See some bigger damage numbers there. It's just the Crone Staff is such a big investment for your class. Such a big investment. Yeah, so we got 70k life. 70k life at level with a fortitude on. What is that? $70k. We have fortitude. I don't know. I can't remember if I put on. Oh, whatever. But we got 70k life. Probably a little bit less than that. So not too bad. I wonder what Overload would feel like if it would really set me up. I'd like to pick this up, but I'm sure I could. Maybe I need to move some things around. Move around a few things, and we could probably pick that up. I need 2 points to do that. I'm not taking any of my HP away, that's for sure. Maybe if I was in Softcore, I would, but I'm keeping every single drop of HP. I wish I could take one out of my resistances, but we're right there, 0.1%. Yeah, I wish I could take one from my resistances. I don't want to take anything here. Man, I would love to grab that, but that's okay. I don't need that. I can just put this last point over here. That'll give me a little bit more magic damage, nature magic damage. That's the Paragon board. That should be perfectly fine. I don't think I can really optimize the pathing any better. This is pretty much as good as I think it'll get. Most of these are Dex glyphs anyway. I don't have any Int glyphs outside of my Keeper glyph, and I don't really want to move this because I like to have that resistance there. So having that extra amount of resistances just helps me cap everything out without needing to go into anything extra. Yeah, I mean, that's really the only way to do it, bro. Oh, yeah, right, Grab. Like, you know, just jack up the numbers like ridiculous and then nerf it later. Like, I don't know. But like I said, I always come from the mindset that you have to remember when we're talking about this stuff, right? We look at Barb, but is Barb really in a good place? Like, when you really think about it, right? Is Barb really in a good place? Because it trivializes the entire game. Like, do you really, I mean, think about it, right? In Season 4, it's a little bit different. Because all of this is basically new, right? We got new Tormented Bosses, we got the Pit, it's all new. Awesome. Season 5. They have one brand new game type. Everything else you're going to do is going to be old. Stuff you've already done. You've already done the pit. You've already killed the tormented bosses. You've already killed Lilith. You've done all that stuff. If you're playing Barb, the amount of game, like the amount of enjoyment you're going to get out of the game is significantly less, depending on the person, of course. You know, everybody's different. Is going to be significantly less than anyone who's playing a class where you actually have to struggle a little bit, right? Barb, you just run around, kill everything really fast, you're done. Okay, cool. You have all your gear. You don't even need your gear, for Christ's sake. But you're just getting it. Why? I don't know. Because you want it. That's it. But for every other class, you're actually having to engage with boss mechanics. You have to worry about dying. You have to balance your stats right. You have to make sure you have your survivability in the right place. You have to make sure your damage numbers are good. You have to do all these things. And then when you tackle that tough challenge, it feels good to win, right? It feels good to beat that boss. You beat Lilith. I beat Lilith. I learned how to dodge the mechanics. I did all these things. Bam, I won. You know, you beat a tormented boss. You get your uber unique. You're like, that was not only a great boss fight because I had to actually engage with the mechanics, but then I got a really cool item that I'm really happy about. I think they worry too much, in my opinion. I think they're worried so much about giving you good items that they're not remembering that part of the excitement about getting a good item is the journey to get to that item. And if your journey to that really great item is literally just spamming one skill and one-shotting every single thing, I mean, to me, that's not fun. To me, I want the struggle a little bit, right? But again, I love like Dark Souls. I like Souls-like games, so I'm used to like struggling and learning and trying to overcome mechanics. So that's what I like. I'm not saying everybody's like, clearly not everybody's going to like what I like, but I still feel like giving people the most bang for their buck, right? Giving you the biggest, best experience you can get for the amount of money that you spend. I think every person's going to enjoy that. I'm sure even barbarian players who love the class are tired of like blowing through all the content. I would assume, right? Look at that damage reduction, yo. 22.8% from poison enemies. Beast mode. It's a lot of DR. I think getting one more roll on that would be really good. Back in this conspiracy mode. Yeah, I know, bro. Listen, that bash thing was hilarious. I'm just saying, like, you know, there should be some. When you kill a tormented boss, it's a tormented boss. Like, it's tormented boss. You're like, it sounds scary, right? You want to go in. You just go in there. Like, look, I'll show you right now. Let me just look at this. Okay, I'm gonna go on to my softcore character. Okay, I have this guy, right? I made a video for this build. It's a Nature's Fury landslide build that uses tornadoes and lightning storm at the same time, right? I have trash gear. And I made sure I had, well, it's not trash, but it's not the best, right? It's clearly, I don't even know if I have any Stygian stones. Oh, I don't know if I have Stygian stones. Oh, dang. I was going to do it. The boss. Where is... I don't have any Stygian stones. Son of a bee. Anyway. This is my gear. Well, I didn't have this at the time. I don't have... So we'll pretend that this doesn't exist. Even though that doesn't do anything for your damage. This is the gear I had. And I didn't even have this, by the way. So this is the gear I have on this setup, right? It's not good. I don't even have crits into chance to cast landslide twice here or here, right? My Earthbreaker ring gives me spirit cost reduction, but not the attack speed that you're looking for, because that's what you're looking for on the Earthbreaker ring. That and spirit cost reduction, but attack speed is going to give you the most damage. And then my amulet, nothing too crazy here, gives me resource cost reduction movement. I can kill, like, I'll kill an uber boss in seconds, and a tormented boss in seconds. I've done it. I've actually carried a person with this character through a tormented Andariel, through tormented Duriel. And this is trash gear. Like, no, it's not trash, but it definitely has a lot of things you could do with it. So, well, you know what a great example would be? Let's just go do Lilith real fast. That's a perfect example. Let's just go do Lilith with this setup. I'm not even going to use an elixir. I don't even think, like, I even need an elixir. And I could put a different chest on. I'll put it... I have one in my inventory that I'm not... Like, it's just a trash piece. And this is the boss here, right? This Lilith, super tough boss. Like, this is your... this is the one you want. I don't know if I'll need the resistances. As long as my resistances are good, I should be fine. The armor, I might end up getting popped. Do I have an armor potion? I don't. It don't matter. We're just gonna go do it. So well, this is the point I make when I'm like, okay, do we really want to increase player power, continuously increase player power over and over again? Like, she dies, she'll get stunned up here in a second, and her second phase is even easier. Let her go up in the sky. Let's see. It's just these, let me see real quick. Make sure I don't make a fool out of myself. And then, like, this is just bad gear. I'm almost done with her first phase, and her second phase is even easier. Because she stands there while you kill her, and you can stun her up and basically avoid triangle. Here comes the triangle. Oh, that was an accident. Another problem with Metamorphosis. Well, I died there. Let me use a potion. Let me use a potion. That way we can just kind of like use the potion. Attempt number 2. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. I think I was just not getting my resources back fast enough. And then she goes up. And she comes down. And then we dodge a bunch of stuff here. By the way, look at my beautiful dodging. Except for the end of that last part there. I metamorphed into the outside of the arena. Bang, drop that, go. Yeah, I just need the attack speed is all. Oh, I'm really good at that part. I don't know why I keep messing up. I'm really good at the triangles. I promise. And then the second phase, it's like you basically just burn her down. What do I have? This trashy chest piece. I have 3 stacks. That's not good. And then obviously, if you stun her faster, which I would have done if I had my gear on correctly, like the chest piece, I think probably you stun her up before she even casts that. And then she's stunned again, because that's exactly what happens with this build. Stun her up. And then she flies over here. And then you just jump across. I just didn't have the room to. But you get what I'm saying. This is the toughest boss in the game. I would have been fine there had I went backwards. I think I just did it too fast. Now I feel like I want to go ahead and finish the boss with the chest piece. You get what I'm saying, though. This is the toughest boss. This is the not good gear. I could do way better. I could kill this boss way simpler if I had better gear. And it's not really that difficult. You just have to, like, you get your gear pieces set up. You get everything right. It don't even have to be perfect. And this is probably the hardest boss in the game. I'll probably spend like a couple seconds, like a minute or so on this boss. Done here. Couple minutes, nothing too crazy. And then you get like your achievement and everything, and then obviously she doesn't drop anything, which is unfortunate. Maybe I want to do better on the triangles because I know I can. So I want to show you guys how to dodge triangles really good. The triangles are super fun. When you get it right, it looks really cool. That's why I want to do it too. And it looks cool with metamorphosis. Dang, my spirit, what's going on with my spirit? There it is, and you dodge back in. Bang! See that? That's so cool looking. Give me another triangle. Nope. I dodge out of that one. She put it too close to the... Wow, that's a lot of eggs. Volatile blood balls. She's too close to the outside ring. Probably shouldn't have wasted that ultimate, but I did anyway. But did you see the triangle dodge? That's how you do it. You walk to the edge, and then when she lands, you dodge back in. That's it. Edge here, dodge back in. So it's perfect. Works every time. And then usually if you can get her stunned up right here before she gets her little puddles out, she won't even summon these. It's kind of cool. Like if I had my ultimate there, I probably would have killed her before she could have summoned those. Makes the boss fight super easy. I got 2 stacks. And then she dies here, basically. You just have to get through the last part. Sometimes she'll bug out and she won't die. I think this might be a time. Okay, never mind. There you go. Done and done. Done and done. And that, to me, should not be a thing, right? Granted, I'm good with the mechanics and stuff, but holy cow. The gear. I don't need the gear. I don't need the gear for the fight. Like, it's so... And that's it. Now imagine if I have, like, chance to proc landslide twice, like crit chance out of the like crazy crit chance, if I have attack speed maxed out on my Earthbreaker ring with crits into it, like you're killing her in seconds. Like she's dying in seconds. Toughest boss in the game. All those mechanics gone. And I can even get rid of the mechanics she has on that second phase. Like if you have the right stuff, like if you have, instead of this chess piece, if I roll a chess piece, like say I take this standard chess piece here and I just roll on temperings for it, like just getting more utility temperings from Worldly Fortune, you get immobilize, stun, or freeze. She's stunned up immediately. Like, is stunned immediately in the second phase, and she can't even cast her blood puddles that will chase you with ghosts. I've done it. I actually have a video of it on my channel. So, it's with this exact gear without Tyrael's Might. It's super duper, like, and that's just with the Druid, right? We know the Druids got the, you know, the short end of the stick, right? Not the best, you know, character in the game. Less damage than most other classes, if not all classes. And I just, you know, clear a boss without really putting much effort into my gear. Let me go try it with, I don't know. I don't want to lose this character. I feel like I need to have more masterworking into my gear, but at least I have speed, so I can, no, let's use this one. Let's go do it with my hardcore character, right? Because what's the point? Oh, I gotta unlock the portal. This is the real testament, right? Like if I can beat the Uber Lilith with this junky gear. Although I will say it's not the junkiest gear. I wouldn't be too mad if I died anyway. I should have enough HP to take at least a couple hits there. Make sure I have my scrolls on me. 2 stacks and I bounce. Oh, let me kill this. Can't pass up on this. You gotta get that. I actually just want to see how fast I can build up the stagger bar too. That's going to be pretty interesting. I don't. The shrine won't stay on me when I go in there. At least I don't think it does. It'll run out by the time I get to the boss if it does. No, yeah, that's right. We go into the village. Bang. We get lots of movement speed here. We got to make sure we keep up my bestial rampage. Not even gonna do enough damage. We need a lot more damage to close, I think. Let's see. Oh, not too bad. Can we kill the blood boil though? That's the question. Those blood boils don't die. Oh, I got hit by that? Yeah, I'm gonna bounce up out of there. Yeah, we don't do enough damage. We don't do enough damage for that. There's no way I'm gonna sit in there for that long to kill her. We need at least double the damage. Double the damage, and then I'll go ahead and sit there and fight her. It would just not be smart for me to try to kill her at this point. Well, I appreciate it, brother. You know, I try, man. You know, I just know that, you know, there are a lot of people put a lot of time and effort. I try my best, you know. I'm working on it, working on getting better at this streaming stuff and making content. But I do appreciate it. We'll do a couple more pit, then I'm gonna have to get off of here. It's getting so late, early. And then I'll work on this stuff a little bit more, just to kind of get the build set up right. Get some gameplay footage of some interesting stuff, maybe like a tier 80. I think tier 80 is reasonable. I think tier 80 and then a couple, like an Uber Boss kill or two with the right setup, I think is reasonable. And then I'll put this build out. That was close. It was doing the damage. I gotta make sure I just keep my debilitating roar. I'm so used to playing my wind shear build, and I constantly spam debilitating roar there just to build up my temerity. I like having that temerity on that setup. It works so well. More debilitating roar duration would be really good on my pants. Just having a like one second to a half second, 1 second more duration on debilitating roar, just to dump more damage in. Thanks, brother. Yeah, I'm gonna be hopping off here in just a second. But I think overall, like, if tormented bosses were, I think you should probably have, like, at least for tormented bosses, it should probably have like a 1 minute kill time, like minimum. And then when they drop an item, if you get like a really good uber unique, that's when your damage should start taking off, right? Like when you kill everything in the game, when you completed all the toughest content, and you get an item from one of those bosses, like an uber unique or something like that, that's when your damage should be like crazy, because then you've done it all. Yeah, I'm about to go to bed, man. I'm about to go to bed. I don't want my wife. My wife's gonna kill me. She's gonna give me the stink eye. I just haven't had the opportunity to stream a whole lot, and I like streaming and talking to people and talking to you guys, and kind of just, you know, even if we're not talking about the Druid, you know, it's just fun to have conversation. Oh, nice. Got a nice helmet that I won't use. Oh, yeah, that's my take on Grizzly Rage grabs. So I feel like a lot of the aspects that we have could be done away with. One of those is the aspect that makes it where you can achieve Dire Wolf. And I feel like if they took Lacerate out, gave us a Grizzly Bear, for a companion skill, ultimate. And they just put Direwolf in a toggleable slot for your Grizzly Rage and allowed you to select between Dire Wolf or Dire Bear, and they would just call it like Dire Rage. It would flow so much better. Plus, we would finally have a companion ultimate Grizzly Bear. And then just allow you to cast companion skills while you're inside of your Dire form. Yeah, I agree. Like werewolf, just werewolf needs to be buffed. I don't know. Nothing's really going on right now. Hex. I'm just doing some pit. Earlier I was just just a second ago I was just showing like how easy it is to kill Lilith, like with not really good gear, nothing optimized. I think I died 2 times, but that's just because I haven't fought Lilith in a minute. And then I killed her on the 3rd time with no real, it's not really a struggle. And I feel like if we keep increasing player power, the way that we're doing it, it's going to take away the enjoyment of actually, accomplishing anything in the game, right? Because you're going to blow through content. Like, I don't think the answer for Druid is to buff it to make it as good as Barb. I think the better choice would be to bring Barb down and allow other classes, that way they can create content that you can't just blow through in 2 seconds. You know what I'm saying? Like, if they make every class as strong as the Barb, then they need to make World Tier 5. They need to make uber tormented, uber bosses. They need, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're going to have to do so much more for the game in order to create some kind of challenge for the player base. If they make every character like Barb and they don't do that, Season 5 is going to be over for everybody in like a few days. Like, you're going to literally create your class with trash gear. You're going to go to each boss, kill every single thing in the game, do your pit run, 200 done, and then that's it. And then maybe a week in, you're like, okay, I've done it all. So I don't know. I just feel like that's not the answer. Isn't to keep giving more power, in my opinion. The answer is to balance out the classes so one class is not one-shotting every single thing in the game. So that's my personal perspective on it. But I know people hate losing power. It's really hard. Like, once you give people power, like taking that player power away, really bad. Like, really hard. I actually agree with Dijo. I was watching his stream, and he was like, Season 5, let people go crazy. But in Season 6, with the patch, that's when you implement the nerfs, right? It's basically a whole new season, a whole new series of content. Everything's brand new, a whole new class. You're going to be introducing tons of Paragon boards, tons of glyphs, all this extra stuff. That would be the perfect time to basically rebalance the entire game and make an entirely new meta that's far more balanced for the content that exists. And then people won't be so upset if you give them a lot of fun and engaging content, but you take away some of the power because everything's brand new again, and you're learning the game all over again with new content and stuff. So it's probably much easier to do it then. And then maybe in Season 5, they just make everybody have stupid power. I don't know. Like, it's a short season anyway. Like, this season, Season 5, is super short, even though that's not what they're doing. They're going to be capping all of our glyphs, all of our legendary nodes. And Season 5 is going to be really short. I don't think people remember that sometimes when they're talking about it. But it's going to be much shorter than your average season. And it's basically, everything's going to be gearing towards Season 6. So I think I kind of agree with his take on it, where it's just like, give everybody a crazy Season 5, nerf things in Season 6, rebalance the game, that way that people can enjoy the new content. I just know that at the end of the day, you're going to blow through all the content if we keep making people powerful, like keep making classes like Barbarian. This is actually pretty good at building stagger. Once I get my attack speed right, we're gonna be really, because I have no attack speed. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, there's nothing to achieve. You know, you get it. This is with the buffs up, so I'm missing like 30% attack speed basically. With all my buffs, with Bestial Rampage and with should be with Moonrise as well. Now I wonder if I take off this, if I go ahead and remove Runeworker and add back in Edgemaster, if it'd be better. This is my hardcore Stormclaw setup that I'm playing around with. I have this build. I have a Lightning Storm build I'm making that I want to use. I want to use Andariel's Visage to see if I can't make like a crazy Poison Lightning Storm build. I think that'd be kind of fun. Now that Andariel's actually poisons enemies at the site of your lucky hit instead of on you. I think it'd be pretty cool if we could make that work. Like a human Lightning Storm build with Andariel's that you poison up all the enemies. Burn, I don't know. It'd be pretty interesting. I'm gonna try it out. I just have to get everything set up on the character. All right, we'll do one more, and then I will call it for the night. I'll be back on tomorrow, though. And then maybe we'll get the Lilith kill. That's I just need more damage. I don't want to chance it too much. I could probably get the kill, but it would be a little annoying. Like it would take a long time, and I would probably have to scroll the escape out quite a lot. Wouldn't be as exciting. All right, yeah, I think this is better with Edgemaster. I don't think Runeworker was really. Man, you gotta love that 247 damage. That's so funny. I think my from Toxic Claws, 247 damage. Let me see. Look at that, 974 damage. Look at that, 97 damage. How do you even do 97 damage? How is that? I mean, at this stage in the game with all the gear that I have, how do you even do 97 damage ticks? That's hilarious. I don't even think that should be possible. 97 damage. That's actually funny. I'm really surprised that I haven't managed to die on this character, because when I start streaming and talking to everybody, my brain goes out the window. Like, all my best content is always when I'm like off stream and I'm filming and I'm just recording gameplay. When I start streaming, it's like I just start talking, looking at my phone, reading the comments, and just kind of reacting to everything. And I forget to do stuff all the time. I got to get better at that. I just need to have a place where I can put my chat, like a bigger area to put my chat outside of my cell phone. I had a tablet, but my son, I think he really liked these videos and he kept getting on this YouTube, and I think he took my tablet, and I haven't been able to find it. It was much easier because I could just put that below my monitor and kind of read chat while playing. It's much more difficult now. I think I should just prioritize. Man, I love having the Hurricane up, though. The Hurricane is nice to give you that little extra damage reduction. That 20% does feel pretty noticeable. I just need more HP, I think. I'd love to run some kind of HP restore, like Undying, but I do not have that. Glyph. I don't have that aspect slot available. So. We're going with what we got. We're doing what we got to do. And then when Maxroll comes out with their in-season leaderboard for pits, I'll be pushing pits too. I'll try to do that on stream. Even though, like I said, I do my best stuff off stream, where I can actually, like, where I force myself to focus. I'll probably just not talk as much, which is not necessarily a negative, because I do talk a lot. And we'll do some pit pushing, see how far I can get. Hopefully, I don't think I will, just because my gear is not maxed out. But it would be nice if I could get really close to the softcore pit tier, whatever the best on Maxroll is for softcore. Probably it's going to be somewhere in the 30s, like 130s. Man, this build is fantastic for breaking these fences. Man, I wish this, man, it would be so cool if this was a top tier build. Look how well it plays in this. Like, it just plays so well. Like, with the boss mechanic, stuff like that, it just plays so, like, the flow of the combat with Stormclaw is just so comfortable. It just works so well. And it sucks that we can't get that damage up there. Really sucks. I do want to test something out, though, before I hop off. Well, I'll just, it's stupid anyway. It wouldn't add any value to the stream. So, anyways, guys, that's going to be it for the stream. I had a phenomenal time. I'm happy all of you guys stopped by, and I hope you come back anytime. You're more than welcome. And also, I always put my battle tag down in the description of the stream. So if you are ever interested in hopping in, it is perfectly fine with me. I do not mind partying with anybody, whether you're a sub or not. I'm cool with it. So if you're looking for some group play, add me up. I will definitely add you back, and we'll do some gameplay on or off stream. Doesn't matter to me. But that is going to be it, like I said, and I will be probably streaming tomorrow, and I'll be putting a couple videos out going over what I was talking about, the changes that I would like to see with the Druid class, even going into Season 5 after the PTR. So I'll probably do like a pre-PTR version of it, and then after the PTR, once they release the official patch notes, if I see things that I'm not happy with, I'll make another video, whatever that will do, right? Whatever it's going to do. But anyways, guys, as always, I hope you guys are having a great day or a great night, depending on wherever you're from. And peace out, guys. I will see you in the next one. Have a phenomenal night.